First ever seminar on Ladakh in 21st century and its perspective and challenges. We were always in desire to take this opportunity and hope to bring a day, a career counseling or a seminar for the blooming seeds of Ladakh. And today is the day to be ironic, fulfillment, challenge, growth, and a sense that we are the youth of 21st century of Ladakh. We always see the quantum improvement in our satisfaction and motivation level by our great eminent and achievers who encourage us to lead our own life. So, I would like to introduce our speaker for today's session. So we have Mr. Punsok Stobdan, a former ambassador of Kazakhstan, and Mr. Thang Tharchin, Deputy Accountant General of UT Chandigarh Government of India, Mr. Sanjin Dawa, Director of Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of the Youth Development and Regional Center, and we have the Dean of Postgraduate Government College of Sector 42, Kushal Pal Singh Shande, who considered to be the great supporter of the Ladakh students. So I really welcome you all. Please give them a huge round of applause. Before starting the session, I would like to request Mr. Thinles Dorje, research scholar in Buddhist studies from Punjab University, Chandigarh, to deliver a welcome speech.
Sangmala, Namaste. A very good morning to all of you. Today I take this opportunity to welcome honorable guest speakers of today's gathering. We are meeting here today in PGGCG College Auditorium for the one-day seminar on opportunities and challenges for Ladakh in 21st century, organized by Ladakh Student Association, Chandigarh, and its co-partner, Rajiv Gandhi National Institute for Youth Development and Postgraduate Government College for Girls. We all must feel very special today, as distinguished guest speakers are rare gems of Ladakh, and their presence is immeasurable for our inspiration and our motivation. To begin with this, I would like to welcome and honor Kagale P. Stobdan, former ambassador and distinguished academician, diplomat, author, and national security expert. I would like to call upon Ladakh Student Association President to honor Kagale with Khatak. Next, we have today with us Kaga Thewang Tharchin, the Indian Administration Bureaucrat. The only few from Ladakh who is living their life which is dreaming the millions of students in our country. I would like to request LSA President to honor Kagale with Khatak. Next, today we have with our speaker, Kaga Sanjin Dawa, Director, former Commonwealth Youth Program Manager, and Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, Chandigarh, a youth icon who is shaping and reshaping for many leaders for 21st century challenges and opportunities. I also would like to call upon President to offer Kagale Khatak. All right. And next, we have our guest speaker, KPS Shante, Dean PGGCG College, Sector 42. We are also extremely honored by the presence of huge number of audiences. Without you, this seminar is incomplete. We therefore would like to thank and welcome all the students who come from colleges and universities, and ladies and gentlemen who come from different corners for this very seminar on opportunities and challenges for Ladakh in 21st century, organized by LSA and its partners. I'm sure you will have a very productive day. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, we have a lighting ceremony. Lighting of lamp is our traditional ceremony in any kind of event. We used to flaming up the butter lamp in order to make the event to be go smoothly and successful. So I would like to request the guests to be escorted by the President and the Vice President towards the stage and let the butter lamp to be flammable. Please, sir.
Good. No, please. You do it.
Thank you, sir.
And of course, you all, my dear friends, honored listeners of the day. I welcome you all and wish you all a good day too. And now, I feel honored to be standing here to speak out several lines about our panel of speakers for today. So the first of our speakers to get you all listening and of course talking is Mr. Punchokstobdan. So, better known as Ambassador Punchokstobdan. Glad to see you, sir. So dear friends, for your kind information, Mr. Stobdan is an alumnus of Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, Delhi. He loves writing and has authored a number of professional journals, books and newspapers on a wide range of security-related subjects because he has been a security analyst at the Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis, specializing in Asian affairs. And of course, he has been the honored Indian ambassador to two Central Asian countries, namely Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Such a great diplomat. Also a great academician, as he has served as the director of the Center for Strategic and Regional Studies at the University of Jammu. A big round of applause for him, please. And becoming an IAS officer that he is today when he started college as a correspondence course student. Currently, he is the Deputy Accountant General of UT Administration Chandigarh, Government of India. Again, it is an honor to have you, sir. Moving on to the third speaker, we have Mr. Stanley Dawa. Glad to see you, sir. I have known him for a couple of years now, and To the best of my knowledge, he has been the regional director of the Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, Chandigarh. He is the principal figure behind the respective institute that was set up for training the people of my age, that is the youth, by facilitating various youth development activities thanks to the Indian government. And just like him, I will hopefully be an alumnus of the Punjab University too. Sir, you have been a great inspirational figure for us, and I guess we all are eagerly looking forward to your job today. Please put your hands together for Mr. Stanjin Dawa. Thank you, sir. The fourth inspirational figure supposed to be here among us today was Professor Siddiq Wahid. And it hasn't been possible for him, must be due to some other urgent work. But speaking about him, Professor Siddiq Wahid has taught Central Asian Studies and Comparative Literature at the very university where he earned a doctorate's degree from. That is to say, at the prestigious Harvard University, USA, one of the world's top universities today. He likes to go lecturing widely across the globe and has penned down a book on Ladakh. At last, once again, welcome to you, to the three of you, and thank you for the honor of having you today, sir. Thank you. Over and out.
I'd like to request Mr. Kushalpal Singh Shanti, the Dean of the Postgraduate Government of College, to give a small view on the topic, that is the perspective and challenge in 21st century of Ladakh. So please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. Morning again. That's a very warm response. Am I clear to you all? Yes, all right. I would not take too much of your time. As the Dean of the College and on behalf of the College, let me extend a very warm and a very affectionate welcome to all of you who are sitting here. Our distinguished guests who've taken time off from their busy schedules to be with us amongst here today. Mr. Phunchok Stobden, Mr. Tenzin Dawa, Mr. Thachin. I do not know how many of you really know what IAAS is. It was written IAAS, Indian Audit and Account Service. I think that's the correct word. Anyways, I welcome all the distinguished speakers, and I do extend also a very warm welcome to all the Ladakhi students and all the others who are here today amongst us. For many of you, this would be your first visit to this beautiful auditorium and this emerging college. To be very honest, I really did not wish to take long, but I thought I must share one thing with you. I got a call late last evening, and I was under the impression that this is going to be a seminar on career opportunities, but then it turned out to be entirely different, on challenges and opportunities for Ladakh in the 21st century, which to my mind is it's a very interesting and an extremely challenging topic, you know. I've always loved our Mother Earth. Within the Mother Earth, I've always loved the mountains a little more. And within the mountains, I've always loved Ladakh a little more. So, when I came here this morning at 10 o'clock, the time given, I was under the impression that this is a seminar on career opportunities, and I thought maybe I'll speak for 2-3 minutes. We have other guest speakers, and then I could share a few thoughts with you about what I consider are the important essentials about careers and opportunities. But when I saw the topic, I thought this is more of a regional, a geographical, a historical, cultural, and a geopolitical theme. Not many of you would know, but that in Punjab University, within the geography department, we have an option for honors called political geography. I was teaching that for a long time when I was in GCM, before coming to this college in the year 2007. And till date, this is the only college in the Punjab University where we have a subject being taught called political geography, which corresponds more or less with geopolitics. And when I saw this topic on challenges and opportunities, my instant reaction was, I wish I had a little more time to organize my thoughts. I could have composed and given a little consolidated matter about what, to my mind, as a person from the plains, are the important things that you as students should be more aware of. But I think I'll not take too much of the time about that. Maybe as the seminar progresses, we have speakers from Delhi also, and I'm sure you all would love to hear them. And as far as careers are concerned, in case there is an opportunity today or any other day, maybe I could share my thoughts on those things at another time, at another forum. One important thing which I would love to share with you, just one thing, is that to me, the entire earth is one simple home of God, cosmos. Ladakhis are in a way no different, but then in a way they have their own cultural identity. And one should learn to respect each and every human being for what one is, without expectations of the other person adapting to one's own individual behavior or perceptions. So with such a thing in mind, I'm sure a lot of Ladakhis perceive me as very friendly, but then I'm friendly to all of them, to everybody. And wherever possible, wherever there's a need for any help, I've always been there for all these students, especially for Ladakh, because at times, because of language, cultural differences, because of my ability to understand their distance, their difficulties, I make a conscious extra effort to understand what difficulties they might be going through. So with that in mind, I always try to help extra, and at any stage, I'm always there. Boys from GCM knew that they actually knocked my door at 12 in the midnight, sir, we have this problem, and I never said no to any of them. That has always been my thing, and I'm sure there are a lot of opportunities for everyone, especially for Ladakhis too. I don't want to get into too many details, but one thing I'd like to share with you is that when I came to this college, I found some Ladakhis excelling. Excelling means they were at the very top, they were outstanding. The girl who topped in the college in the very first year of my stay here in this was from Ladakh, and I was sharing with Mr. Stabden and Tenzin Dawa that a couple of years ago, some of you would be knowing it, but then some of you may not be knowing it. So for their benefit, I'm sharing it, not merely to share the information, but to kind of motivate you that, and to express my appreciation, my deep sincere gratitude, and a kind of motivation that yes, if one person can do it, I'm sure more of you can do it also. Mr. Tharchin has already excelled. 2 years ago, the best all-round student of the college amongst 4,500 girls was a girl from Ladakh. I think some of you would know the name. Many of you may not know, she was a geography student, and I know the kind of effort she used to put in. She put in such hard work with such application of mind, and to be the best all-round student of the college, and to be the first from this college. You know, this college has a history of about 30 years. This college is really emerging, it's coming up now in the recent years. Earlier, maybe it was not excelling so much, but now we have students who are excelling in a number of fields, in a number of subjects. And this girl happens to be the first one from this college, the first and the only one from the college to qualify for the GNU exam and go and study there. I'm sure more of you can do that. There are a lot of opportunities. The topic would extend into geopolitics, into environment, into ecology, into population, demographies, into a lot of things. I would leave the topic open to the speakers to give direction to the topic. The students would be most welcome. All of you who are sitting here would be most welcome to join in at any stage. But please remember one golden rule. If you have the ability, and I'm sure you all have it in you, you all have the potential. We all have the potential, we just have to realize that it is there within us. I'm sure many of you would excel in the times to come. Jobs is not a criteria, jobs is no big deal. Job never meant much to me. It is your personal growth, your personal happiness, your personal satisfaction, your contentment. You are achieving a certain level of potential which you are capable of achieving. So once you as Ladakhis, as part of a region, realize that Ladakh can matter a lot in the coming years, how it will matter through you people as individuals. Ladakh as an entity is what you all make it up. I'm sure many of you will excel in life in the coming years, and without getting into other things to which I'm tempted now, I would leave the seminar open to the worthy speakers. And once again, welcome to all of you. And I hope you enjoy this. And please do not go away without asking questions or clearing your doubts. Because if you go away with doubts in your mind, then this seminar would be incomplete. So wish you all a very happy day, and I hope this seminar is fruitful, which I think it will be. Thank you so much, and welcome you all.
And thanks to the LSA. Dr. Shanti, the Dean, my co-speakers, dear students. Well, I think I'm not able to see. I had some problem in my eyes, everybody. But hopefully I'm able to say something. But let me thank the Ladakh Student Association for getting me here and for me to be able to share some of my views with you. In the mail, I think the President had said that I should speak on some of the international issues or some regional issues of China and all that thing. But, you know, I deal with a very complicated subject, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to indulge in those kind of things. I deal with strategy, I deal with statecraft, I deal with more of security, intelligence kind of issues, which is something different. So I may not be able to get into those areas. But I'll speak to the theme that you have given, which is about the opportunities and the challenges for Ladakh in the 21st centuries. And I must say that it's a very courageous topic that you have chosen. Very challenging, of course. But, you know, this is a topic which normally all of us have been asked to think about. We do all the time in Delhi or elsewhere, the opportunities and challenges for international system, for the nation, for India, for rest of the world. Many say it's an Asian century, so we need to think about Asia, the globe. But when we think about these issues, you know, opportunities and challenges, and when we are dealing with those subjects, we are very clear in our mind the background, the backdrop of what you are talking about. Say if I talk about Asia or India, I know the framework, I know the parameters, I know the data, I know the facts, I know the figures, I know the problems, I know the future challenges, because within those framework one has to understand and analyze and give recommendation, whatever you think. Because you know the trend, what happened in the 20th century or the 19th century, what would be in 21st century or maybe centuries later. So once you understand the pattern, you can predict. Nobody is astrologer here, but one can predict things on the basis of certain parameters of the trends of development. Whatever development, it's not just economic, but
a whole lot of developmental pattern of a system. So it's a systemic understanding of an issue. Now, I have some points that I've written that I don't know what is the terms of reference for Ladakh. That's why I'm saying it's a very challenging topic that you have chosen. What is the terms of reference when you want to understand Ladakh? We need to define Ladakh. Are you talking about historical Ladakh? Are you talking about geographical Ladakh? Are you talking about Ladakh where we all come from? We have certain common bonds of language, the way we eat, the way we talk, the way we behave. So there is a group pattern in which we live in those mountains, those rivers, those valleys. I think we eat the same food, whether they come from Kargil or Leh or Zanskar or Nubra. We all eat sattu, which is the pay. We have rantaks, we have jing, we have yaks and all these things. These are the common parameters of being a Ladakhi. I think this is how I understand. I'm sure Professor Shanti would tell you, he's a geographer, the determinants of being a Ladakhi. You know, there are other aspects of religion, culture, philosophy and all. These are exterior matter that does not define Ladakh. Ladakh is defined by the soil, the condition, the environment, and the people, the relationship between the man and the nature. That I believe the geographers would try to define Ladakh. And then there is historical Ladakh. We know there was a golden days of Ladakh in the 16th, 17th century. There was something called Ladakh as an entity, maybe a political entity, maybe a entity which had a visibility or a recognition, if not in the world, maybe in the region. So are we talking about that? But I'm not sure we are talking about that. I think we are talking about district Leh. I think we are talking about district Kargil. This is where I would like to start my conversation with you. That is the framework. The framework is Leh district or Kargil districts. And then I have to go to Niti Aayog, the previously Planning Commission, to get some of the facts and the data to find out what is Ladakh, the population of Ladakh, the agricultural land of Ladakh, the irrigation system, the demography, and the rest. Or I need to go to J&K, Jammu and Kashmir Statistical Department, probably get something. That would be another way of analyzing or trying to find the problems and then look for the challenges that Leh district or Kargil district would like to figure into that. So, since I don't have any empirical facts, so today my discussion would not be on the empirical basis. It is going to be a rhetorical. It's going to be emotional. It's going to be mentally trying to connect with you. So I don't have any figures on Ladakh because I never lived in Ladakh. I'm not connected to Ladakh for almost 50 years. I never lived in Ladakh. So I don't know the issues of Ladakh too much in terms of figures, facts. So I will indulge only into certain roundabout issues, issues which probably you will find little provocative, maybe metaphysical, maybe psychological, maybe something, but certainly about Ladakh. In a particular, what the professor has talked about, the geopolitical and so many other backdrop that we wish to discuss. Now, when you are talking about opportunities and challenges for Ladakh, I think apart from Leh district and the Kargil district and the Jammu and Kashmir state, we're also talking in terms of the opportunities and challenges in the country that we live in, which is the Union of India, the Republic of India. We have a democracy, we have a plural system, we have freedom, all these good values, the best practices that we have in the world, this country has it. So the opportunities and challenges has to be sought or thought about within these broad parameters of the democratic India or the Republic of India. No, there are other conditionals that you have 370, the Kashmir state and Ladakh tribal region, and all those things can be kept aside, but largely you have to talk in terms of the opportunities and the challenges within India. It's a melting pot. It's an experiment. This country is initiated some 60 years ago, which no other country in the world has done. The Americans have done it. But America's history is not more than 350 years. You know, 350 years ago, there were only monkeys in the continent of Africa. There were some red Indians also. But largely, it was very easy for the Americans to think about democracy and practice democracy. But within India, it's a very complex country, history of more than 5,000 years of written history. There are unwritten history of I don't know how many years. So we form a part of this country. So therefore, and the modern India, which is experimenting with this, the melting pot system, thuppa, you know, it's like a thuppa. Everything is grinded in that pot. Pot is boiling all the time. Some may disappear, some will still be there, some nuts will be still there. Hard nuts will continue, but the others might just become into soup. You know, get submerged into the larger things. It's like small stones get crushed by bigger boulders. So you have, but then the beauty is that it's like a beautiful garden in Chandigarh where you have a lot of variety of flowers blooming. So you have, there is a Ladakhi flowers also in bloom in this beautiful Indian garden. So this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity, but there is a small tag here. Ladakh, I have never used the term called Ladakhi. Ladakhi is a Persian description of Ladakh. It's a Sufi suffix been added to Ladakh. All of us, when I was your president, he told me a village, actually I never heard them before, but it's very close to Khalsi, he told me. But I would describe him to be a Khalsepa or Ladakh Spa, something, but I never would use Khalseki or something like that. A Ladakhi is a very, very corrupted form of describing a Ladakhi, a Ladakh person by another Ladakh person. So I will try and use this Ladakh in my own terminology. So since Ladakh is a very small microscopic community and you are living in a democracy, at times, unless you are not careful, democracy itself becomes a challenge for you. In the name of democracy, your identity will be lost. Democracy might protect you, but democracy can also threaten you. Democracy is basically a game of numbers. In numbers, you are very small. There are bigger numbers. So you have to be very careful. In China, they had no democracy, they had communism, Marxism, Maoism, whatever that. They also have challenges. They have also got opportunities. People say we have democracy, everything is fine. You know, many places within our own country, like Sikkim, the original Sikkimese lost their identity. Today, 92% of Sikkimese are not Sikkimese. The Lepchas and the Bhutias, who are the original people like us in Ladakh, are just 8 or 9%. The rest is gone. How is it gone? Democracy allowed them to lose their identity. Because the others came and overnumbered them. So democracy about voting in the ballot boxes, and the number tells you who is more, who is less. So this dimension of understanding how you want to live in this country itself is an opportunity and also a challenge. Moving on. Opportunities, you are a product of opportunities. The opportunities has brought you to this hall, or this city, this university. Education is an opportunity. Now, I believe, I studied in a madrasa in Ladakh. You know madrasa? Small madrasa that I used to pay 2 rupees a month. This was very close to Chuterantak, you know, somewhere there. I don't know whether the school is there or not. But I believe now education is a boom in Ladakh. It's like a revolution. Everybody is sending their children outside Ladakh, Chandigarh, elsewhere for schooling and colleges and all that. But the problem here is that you are educating yourself for what? Education is a good opportunity. But when you go back, will you get jobs? I'm told, and I read some of the Planning Commission statistics, it comes second on the bottom. Maybe Jaisalmer is the last, probably. Second or third in the bottom of the 360 districts listed in the Planning Commission Index of Development. Socio-economic development, they call it. The index level of development. It's very low. Why? You don't have a single industry. I'm told every Ladakhi has got a Maruti car or maybe a bigger car in front of their houses. But Ladakh themselves or Ladakh itself cannot produce even a small matchsticks. That defines your status actually, what you are. Because you have no industry. Everybody is rich. How did you become rich? Nobody knows. But you can't manufacture even the matchbox. Matchbox comes from probably Chandigarh or Himachal Pradesh somewhere. So, when you go back, what is the capacity of Ladakh to absorb you? To give you jobs. When they can't give you jobs, Ladakh can't give you jobs, what do? Will you settle down in Chandigarh? Will you come back here? And what do you do in Ladakh? It's a big challenge. Your leaders told you to send your parents to schools and all that thing, but your leaders never thought about setting up industries. It is a question. It's a serious question. After all of you will go back and you will look for opportunities. And where are those opportunities? I believe it's none. Zero. If there are some teaching posts, this thing, some armed forces, something, policing, RTB, some police, and Ladakh Scouts or something like that. You know, I call this sector, it's an unproductive sector. Teacher is not a productive sector. It is a productive sector in a different way, but it doesn't lead you to any growth pattern. You know, it's a tertiary sector, it's not even secondary. So, we can debate on that. But point is that if 90% students who study here go back for teaching in a sector which is okay, but there is nothing else, that's a serious question which people like you should think about it. Then I would like to be a little more provocative. You know, I read a lot of history when I was in university about Ladakh. I read Franke, I read Cunningham, I read, whose name that? Who written a book on Hindustan, travel in Hindustan, Moorcraft. Now, some of these Western writers who were traveling in Ladakh said that Ladakh had a very sophisticated economy, an independent economy. Ladakhis could produce, Ladakhis could little bit export also, and little bit trade around, you know, with his neighbors in Amritsar, Kullu, Tibet, maybe Kashgar, maybe Baltistan somewhere. We were trading among ourselves. Some putting used to go to Kashgar, some leather used to come from somewhere, Khotan, some wool used to come from Tibet, and some rice used to go, Punjabi rice of course, but Kashmiri or whatever, go to Lhasa. So point here is that you had a sophisticated culture. You know, when you go to these monasteries in Ladakh or your own houses, you know, you have a little chapel in your own house called Chotkam. When you go and you ask your grandparents, your parents, the kind of ornaments they used to have, kind of carpets used to have, it is one of the top most sophisticated culture in the world. India never had. You know, rest of India, it's a very subterranean type of life they had. You had a very sophisticated lifestyle economy which you could maintain. How did you maintain? Because you had an independent economy. You could produce, you could export, you could consume, you could exchange, or whatever that thing. I won't say even independent, you could say interdependent. Something you produce, something your neighbor produce, something your other neighbor produce, so you exchange your goods. Today I'm not sure how much you produce. How many things which comes from Leh to Chandigarh? You are dependent on Punjab, but I don't think Punjab is dependent on you. Everything goes from here. Your requirement, your consumer goods. So, you have a dependent economy. You don't have an independent economy. You don't have even interdependent economy. You have a dependent economy. Now the problem here is that there is nothing wrong in having a dependency kind of a issue. Everything is dependent. Even I think your education is a kind of a dependency, because your leaders will not open any universities in Ladakh thinking there will be revolutions and threaten their power structure. But let them go to Chandigarh. So you come here. So you depend on Chandigarh. Professor will teach you. So there is a dependency kind of a factor. You can call it an opportunity, you could call it a challenge, I don't know. But fact is that there is a dependency syndrome. So, Ladakh is a market today. Market for products, or products from outside Ladakh to be sold in Ladakh. And when you have a market, it means profit. When it is profit, then it is exclusive. Profit you make at the cost of another person. You know, if you're a student of economics, market is based on profit. Profit is based on a cost factor. So what is the cost that you are paying? Are you paying a cultural cost? Are you paying a political cost? Are you paying I don't know what kind of a cost are you paying, but there is a cost. So that cost you need to figure out. So what I hear today in Ladakh, I don't hear anybody talking about GDP of Ladakh. What is the gross domestic, product of Ladakh? At least in Bhutan there is a happiness index, gross happiness, index in Bhutan. At least they live happy. But we don't have happiness index in Ladakh, but we are supposed to have some index. I don't know what index is that. But I don't hear anything called GDP of Ladakh. I don't even hear what is the growth rate in Ladakh. I've never heard what is the kind of investment which is coming to Ladakh. What I hear something called subsidy, loan. I've heard something called donation, assistance. It's very interesting. This vocabulary which is global phenomena of export. What is export of Ladakh? What is import of Ladakh? What is the investment? Your growth rate, GDP. These are index through which a society is measured at the global level. In the World Bank, or whatever, Asian Bank, Planning Commission, whatever. This is how somebody is measured. Unfortunately, I never hear when I go to Leh once in a while, oh, somebody has got this, he's got subsidy. Somebody has got a car, he's got a loan. Somebody has built this thing, he's got a donation. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. I used to hear about Nepal once in a time, maybe in the 70s, in the 80s. Nepal used to exist on NGO money. All this kind of World Bank, UN, UNDP, or whatever this thing, they used to pour a lot of assistance, donation, this. And look at the fate of Nepal today. There is a civil war. And very soon there's going to be a civil war again because there is a problem about making a constitution there. They are not able to make the constitution for many, many years. You had the Naxal, you had the Maoist and all these things. So it's in chaos. Because they never had any indigenous growth system. They were, somebody was giving them. Now, I want to ask this question. Is this going to be your future? Is this going to be your opportunities? The opportunities of seeking assistance, grants, loans, subsidy. Is that the future are you looking for? Then how long? There are many societies, I've read international politics. I know even the countries develop a certain thing called you feed me syndrome. Quote unquote, you feed me. Somebody has to feed you all the time. If in a very low language you call it beggars. Now it's very interesting. When you have a self-respect, you have an identity, you call yourself Ladakh, and then you also acquire this syndrome of you feed me, you feed me. Today your MP and MLA is measured by how much they have bagged for Ladakh. कितना grant लाया है, कितना assistance लाया है, वो सो MLA ने इतना लिया, उसने ये किया, वो किया. I mean, it's very interesting. From where they get this money from? Somebody has to get money from somewhere, and you feed me. It's like the mother animal, whatever it is, goes somewhere, find a food, and then try and give you the puppies or whatever. It's not interesting. It's not interesting. Somebody has to go somewhere and get some money for us. I find it extremely unacceptable. But that's the challenge. That's the challenge. That's a reality also. So I'm asking you to think. Try and think this way also. How we've been able to keep 3 cars in front of our house, from where this money has come from. There is something grown from our earth or from our soil? But money has come. From wherever money has come, money has come. And you think this money will live and will live happily forever. And then the language that I see in some of the YouTubes and Facebook, there is a word called cutting and scooting. Grateful. I am so and so grateful to so and so. Sonia ji, Mantri ji, Manmohan ji, Nehru ji, Indira ji, scooting and cuttings. Now these words are very, very carefully used. Don't take it so lightly. For 2 generations I have seen Kone is scooting in, Kone cutting in. Now, interesting. We have a lot of Bangladeshis from refugees. We have also got Tibetans, we have Afghans, we have Sri Lankans, we have Palestinians, Iraqis, and India's home of refugees. I have never heard any of these refugees even saying scooting and cutting. Some political level, maybe yes, it's a rhetorical level. I'm very grateful to Nehru ji or Pandit ji or Rajiv ji and Sonia ji and all that stuff. But we are not refugees. No one from Ladakh is a refugee. We have our own soil, own land. You're born. You haven't come from outside. And then yet you have to be grateful for whatever somebody has done to you. Was it your duty? Was it your right? But, the point here is, this is a continuing struggle. I don't know, your children also, next generation, will have to say, I'm grateful to somebody. Ultimately, in political terms, you have to translate your welfare, your whatever that you are today, comfort or whatever, is grateful to somebody. And when I go to airport in Leh, people come with khatak, anybody who you are. They come, Jina, Sir. So, now, I don't think this phenomena can be stopped. The issue is that if somebody stops giving you assistance and some donation and the subsidies or whatever that they're giving, somebody stops that thing, you will get very, very angry. And if you get very angry, it will be very disturbing. And disturbing not only for you, disturbing for the nation also. I don't know what kind of a dependency syndrome that we have acquired ourselves. That's not good. Not good for anybody. An angry man can shout. And in our neighborhood, how people in Kashmir, how they have become. So then I think the professors will tell you the sustainable development, how to stand on your own leg. Is that the answer? That will be another subject. But I will then go to another provocative area. Then the thing called self, the Ladakh self-identity, whatever identity, cultural identity, ethnic identity, linguistic identity, whatever identity that all of us like to choose, and that's why we are here for. I think since we are Ladakh, Ladakh Pass, and then we are here to talk about Ladakh. So there is something called Ladakh. Now, in real scientific political science terminology, it is called subculture. Many people may also call it sub-nationalism also. Many Kashmiris use themselves sub-nationalism, but we haven't come to that stage of calling ourselves having some kind of a subculture, subculturalism, or sub-ethnicity, or sub-nationalism of that kind of a sort. But there is a vague, undescribed color is there somewhere. You know, I am a person who has grown old, almost aging now, managing certain state system. You call it statecraft. We make, when we think, I think not as a soldier, I think more as a pilot. Go into the sky and look at the whole Chandigarh city and get a larger picture. A soldier on the ground looks at sector 29 or sector 12 or 15, he understands the immediate neighborhood. In my profession, I don't look at the macro issue. I look at the macro issue, the bigger picture. In this bigger picture, say for example, managing the Indian state finds a lot of challenges and a lot of opportunities. And one of those challenges, or maybe some of those challenges include subnationalism, extremism, fundamentalism, irredentivism. You have called anything you want to describe the challenges that the country, even terrorism. And we have, in our own way that we think, dealing with various challenges. How do you deal with challenges? If the challenges is very difficult, like terrorism, like fundamentalism, like extremism, then the state resorts to conventional methods. And you will say, what is conventional method? Conventional method is the military method. We have in our state, where it's a very extreme challenging issue of extremism and terrorism. That's why we have UPSPA in Jammu and Kashmir. Maybe we had UPSPA in Nagaland and somewhere else also. So this is called conventional method of dealing with state challenges. Then there are not so extremist problem, not so challenging, but potential challenging issues. And how do you measure actually the challenges? For example, radicalism. How do you measure the level of radicalism in Ladakh? Most people say, no, Ladakhi people are not radical. They are nice people, they are peace-loving people, they are अच्छे लोग हैं and all that, बिचारे हैं, शरीफ हैं. But the scientists don't measure your politeness just because of your smile. Scientists and the political scientists and the policy makers have a different yardstick to measure your level of radicalism. Now, I'm not saying radicalism in a very, very wrong way. Radicalism means your sense of self, being a Ladakh, a person from Ladakh. What is so strong about Ladakh? Oh, people say, oh, there are so strong Punjabis, or strong Himachalis. Maybe there are strong Ladakhis. So you have to measure. And from very, very beginning, when you measure the level of Ladakhi-pan, I use a pan is, I think it's a Urdu word. If you want to measure the Ladakh spa or Ladakhi-pan or Ladakhi-ness, or whatever that you want to describe, scientists use normally your marriage patterns, marriage practices. This is done in Rajasthan in the in the medieval times. A Raja in Rajasthan, you have a lot of Rajas in Rajasthan, Rajput Rajas. There will be very, very careful marriage system, intermarriage system to protect their sovereignty, their identity, whatever, Rajput ka maan and all that stuff. Normally today, if you want to level the level of your Ladakhi pan, it will be measured from the marriage practices among the Ladakh people. If a person from Ladakh can marry with anybody, a Sikh, a Kashmiri, a Tibetan, or Angrez, or a Bihari, or a Nepali, which means that your level of Ladakhi pan is somewhere here. If a boy or a girl says, no, I'll only marry my own Ladakh man, that means your pride is little up here. So there is a yardstick to understand where Ladakh stands. As far as I understand, Ladakh, boy or a girl, can marry with anybody. There is no such hard and fast methodology involved. It's vulnerable to anything. They marry, fine, love or anything. But this is not true among many other societies. So there is a sociological dimension of understanding a society. And here, the policy makers, they say, oh, these guys cannot be a problem for the country or the nation. So what should we do? You can't apply military here. No need. So what do? You have a soft measure. We call it unconventional methodologies. What are those unconventional methodologies? Give them a lot of subsidies, give them a lot of loan, this thing, Russian they do, and all that stuff. The moment you give free ration, no tax, no this thing, you'll stop growing agriculture on your own field, number one. You think you are enjoying, actually you're being undermined. You've been weakened. Your ability to stand up yourself is gone. You find easy way out. So this is called sub-conventional way of managing a society. So, inducement, financial inducement. I'm not saying ideological inducement. Financial inducement for you. Some people say it's integration. Integration is again a conceptually problem. You can integrate among yourselves when you are very strong. Integrate is interdependent. He is strong, I am strong, everybody is strong, we can integrate among ourselves. But most of us are weak, only one or two are strong, then it is called assimilation. You don't integrate, you assimilate to bigger things. So, problem of what is happening today is that slowly we getting assimilated more and more into bigger things, more and more into large bigger things, and then this is a challenge. It's tempting if you have good opportunity seeking, then you can't resist. You have to merge with the system. You have to be part of that flow, the stream that it is going. Or you say, no, I'm from Ladakh, I will not compromise on certain things. Then you suffer. So these are opportunities, these are also challenges. There's a struggle all the time you have to face. You have to find a way how to balance the two. It's a big problem. You have to conceptually think when you go to a street, when you go to a corner, you will face with this question all the time. Contradictions of mind. Every day you will find with this contradiction on many, many issues. And therefore, very cleverly, craftily, you have to deal and balance yourself. That's the challenge. Let me take you to another area of Ladakh and religion. You know, Ladakh is a geographical term, it's not a religious term. La is passes, pass, la, Kardong la, Zoji la, whatever, the Potula, whatever. Ladakh's the land of passes. The Chinese used to call it Kicha, land of snow. Anyway, now let's stick to Ladakh. It's not a religious terminology. No. Also an aspect you must understand if you are a Ladakh person. Everybody in Ladakh can be Buddhist. But everybody in the world, every Buddhist in the world are not Ladakhi. Everybody in Ladakh can be Muslims, but every Muslim is not from Ladakh. You have to factor that very carefully. Problem today is that you are confusing your identity with religion. And you start worshipping, you're willing to bow under people who are probably not even Ladakhi or not from Ladakh. So this thin line of religion and your identity is being mixed. That is purely because somewhere we are losing ground on other parameters as what Ladakh stands for. So you look for some other area where you can get some solace, some comfort. So this has been mixed up and this is going to damage. Problem today is, the photograph that you have. He is the symbol of our religion. He is the symbol of our identity. But do we have an alternative to him? So there is a leadership crisis. Probably we worship somebody else. I don't know. Some other Buddhist who may not be even Ladakh, who may not be even Indian. So there is this confusion being created. That is another challenge. Another challenge for you. Frankly, have you seen me somewhere, anywhere, doing this? You will never find me. Because I know very well what is me and what is somebody else. What it means for me to accept somebody else's leadership. I won't like a foreigner to be my member of parliament in Lok Sabha. And situation is going to come very soon. And that is why you have to be careful when you are talking about Ladakh, what you are. And what you are is not because you are a person from Ladakh, because a Kashmiri is not Ladakhi. A Punjabi is not Ladakhi. You are defined by in terms of what other person is. Somebody is not Ladakh, therefore you are Ladakh. It's a relative identity. Your neighborhood has a different identity. So you have to always define in terms of another person. The problem here is that distinction is now small, it's withering away, disappearing. You are willing to accept anybody as your leader, anybody as something like that. That is going to damage your future in the long run. I salute you. This is whosoever it may be, but he is the one. I remember, one of my contribution towards him was that when Soviet Union collapsed, I used to be in Mongolia. When I came back, Rinpoche used to come to Mongolia for some international peace and something conference. So I used to know him very well. He used to call me to his hotel. He used to bring me some Ladakhi putting and all those things. And I used to take some food for him in his hotel where he used to live in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. So I became very close to him. When I finished my assignment there, I came back in 1989. He called me to Saket. Saket where I used to live. He was some member of some minority commission or something like that. He said, no, what is happening there? I haven't been there for 2-3 years. I said, Rinpoche ji, the Soviet Union is collapsed and communism is going down, but it's a possibility that Buddhism might come up. Oh, unless Buddhism is protected, there are a lot of evangelists coming from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Is it happening? I said, oh, so many churches have already come, so all the Buddhists, young Buddhists are becoming now evangelists, Catholic. Not good, not good. I said, why don't you go as an ambassador? He says, the Rinpoche, try. So he says, and, next day again he called me. No, why don't you think about this? Why don't you write something on this? I wrote something. He took that thing to Rajiv Gandhi. There was one Mr. George. I also went, one Mr. Paul was also there. We went together. Went to PMO in South Block. He handed over that note to Rajiv ji. And I used to know Jane Dikshit, former foreign secretary, whose daughter was my classmate. So the note had reached his foreign secretary. Foreign secretary one day asked me, he used to call me Stuffy, not Stockton. Stuffy, that your head lama wants to go. I said, yeah, I know about it. It's a good idea. What do you think? No, it will be a diplomatic coup if you do that. Anyway, after a month, Rajiv ji and Bakula ji met somewhere in some meeting. Rajiv ji told Bakula Rinpoche, Rinpoche ji, just, I'm telling you, the paper is very soon is going to be cleared, because we need the consent of that country, whether you are acceptable to them. So after 2 months, the clearance came from the other country. So it was officially announced later on, but he was informed a month ago. And then he called me one day and said, no, whatever you said is done. Anyway, that was my contribution. What I know about him, he was a true nationalist. He was a true Indian, a true Ladakh, and a true Buddhist. Even, his cook, his driver, normally being a religious monk and a Buddhist monk, you have a tendency to rely on so many other things, but he always kept a Ladakhi driver, a Ladakhi cook, Ladakhi assistant monk. He believed in. Today, I don't think that sense. He has the ability to distinguish between another Lama and himself. He says, I am an Indian Lama. The other Lama is not an Indian Lama. So if you don't distinguish, there are problems going to come, and that problems are going to be very, very serious in the long term. Anyway, this is a very little problematic issue. The challenges and the opportunities again going to be in the area of connectivity. Today Ladakh is more isolated than 1 century ago. It is less integrated within the region. There's only one region that we are integrated, in the southern direction, which is Himachal Pradesh. I mean, integration, I don't think even this is integration. 100 years ago, we were more integrated in our surroundings, but today we have Berlin Wall around us. Huge Berlin Wall, you can't cross that wall. We don't know what is there beyond. I have been there, a few years ago, from the other side. What is Ladakh beyond Nubra? I have been there. Imagine if Chandigarh is an opportunity for you, there are other kind of opportunities you don't have. This you are denied. So that I see this is a problem. So I don't find this aspect of Ladakh opening up. Opening up. Nobody talks about Ladakh. Everybody wants to have trade with Southeast Asian countries, in African countries, in the Gulf countries. Nobody wants to, in Ladakh talks about Ladakh doing business with China, or Ladakh doing business with Afghanistan or Central Asia. I know I am part of the Central Asian policy making for last 25 years. When we make Central Asia policy, what do? I talk to Iranians. I talk, Chabahar, Bandar Abbas, ports, ocean, routing from ocean. Why Ladakh is not used as a factor for integration with the region in the north of Ladakh? So that is, again, it's a problem, and this is not going to happen. Now, in conclusion, I would not disappoint you. Certainly, this is not a disappointment. I'm just giving you a certain way of looking at certain things, a critical way of looking at, trying to analyze the problems and the challenges. Not so optimistic, I won't say, but be realist. I'm not saying that become pessimist. Scenario is not so optimistic, but be realist, face the challenge, and seek opportunity in between without compromising yourself. And I know that you will prosper. We might become richer because there is a globalization. World is changing. You are part of this globalized world. Prosperity will grow. Your lifestyle will grow. You may have better way of talking to each other, mobile phones and all. That thing will grow. That nobody can stop. That's a larger phenomena. I don't think anybody can stop that. But the idea of Ladakh is extremely important. The idea of Ladakh is great. We're all thinking about it. But how to translate this great idea into a reality? Something very substantive, something very concrete. That's the challenge. How do you translate? I don't know. I don't find any vision. Somebody have a vision. And then we must have somebody to take that vision into certain practical implementation. And the problem here is that unless you have a vision, I don't find even a leader. The leader in Ladakh is understood to be somebody who is go-between. मुझे promotion चाहिए, मुझे transfer चाहिए, तो किसी agent के पास चले जाना. तो कौन है वो political agent? Is our MLA or MP or somebody? He's an agent basically. He's not a leader. Leader is somebody who can lead you, who can show you the path for the future in 21st century. What is that vision? Does anyone got a vision for Ladakh? They don't even come out with manifesto, even for elections. Forget about those elections, but the larger, Ladakh does not require manifestos. Ladakh requires larger vision. We don't have statesmen. I think Ladakh is yet to produce a leader. I think maybe from among you, somebody should come up, face the challenge, give a vision and implement it. That's the challenge. It's an opportunity, it's also a challenge. And this is where, otherwise, it's this ad hoc way of, you can't go to Ladakh, you are stuck, your aircraft is cancelled, flights are cancelled. Then you go to MP, please arrange it. No, this is an ad hoc arrangement. This is all the time you have to go to somebody, mujhe ye chahiye, somebody is sick, somebody has to go to hospital, you go through somebody. This is a culture that I've seen more in J&K. It's a culture we have been created, deliberately to make you dependent on somebody. Why not have proper medical system where you don't have to be obliged by somebody to get the patient to Chandigarh PG Institute, and you are grateful ever for rest of your life. Look, because of my mother's life was saved, and then you keep on voting that guy again and again and again and again. So you become a slave. But later we'll never do such a thing that you don't even have to go to somebody. You create such a facility in Ladakh itself that half of your problem will be gone, your healthcare system. Similarly, education system. Similarly, your industry, agriculture, whatever that field that you are talking about, including aviation business of airlines coming and going. You must have a permanent solution. Can't be, एक को पकड़ के आपको टिकट देना पड़ेगा. What is this? This is more of a, it's a sign of a very collapsed and a failed society. I call it failed society. I wear good clothes. That doesn't mean that I've achieved. What is the systemic part? How many of us suffer and say ju to everybody? on the street. I go to telephone exchange, I have to say, Juju, 10 people before I get my bill cleared. No, it's a syndrome. And maybe in the big societies, it's okay, it's a problem. In our own society, which is a manageable society, you have this kind of a dependency, slavery, this kind of a system being created or perpetuated for a particular purpose. That's not the future. I don't think, I would like to see Ladakh, all of you, rest of your life doing juju to everybody. You must have a systemic answer to everything. So, I think I'll end here. Maybe some question and answer later on. But the idea is to give a different perspective to think about. I can give on technical issues on education and employment and all that, but I'm sure the others will talk about it. The whole idea is to give you a different way of looking at yourself, with the rest of the world, the rest of the society, and in the environment in which you live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kapi Sobhanet. Thank you for your motivational and inspirational view about the Ladakh and its manageable society. So on behalf of all the executive members and the students present here, really thanks. And so please give them a huge round of applause once again, please. Now we have a query session. So anybody have any questions, any doubt, you can ask. Question?
Well, welcome to our distinguished speakers, and I also would like to thank for sharing your wisdom words and sparing your precious time with us. So on this beautiful occasion, I would like to sing a song. Skudang yun talaba lupta khala skudang skudang lupta khala skudin ABC labin kakhaga janin chisila kaspagyurin ABC labin kakhaga janin chisila kaspagyurin ahas kyudang yun talaba lupta khala skudang Mikas pagyurte yulki jab songjoy yang pamis kutin jalin Mikas pagyurte yulki jab songjoy yang pamis kutin jalin ahas kyudang yun talaba lupta khala skudin ahas kyudang yun talaba lupta khala skudin Yerges gilang chil Ladakh spoti din baskut yang le shulukun Yerges gilang chil Ladakh spoti din baskut yang le shulukun ahas kyudang yun talaba lupta khala skudin ahas kyudang yun talaba lupta khala skudin yun tangi tunmi diding atis parin zamling nang utsal spelin yun tangi tunmi diding atis parin zamling nang utsal spelin ahas kyudang yun talaba lupta khala skudin Tin chan pami lab jangati idla khurt yerges kilam nang skudin Tin chan pami lab jangati idla khurt yerges kilam nang skudin ahas kyudang yun talaba lupta khala skudin ahas kyudang yun talaba lupta khala skudin
Sangmala Jule. Shedna Mali Shedna Jule. That's it. First of all, ka pist of the lecture for scholar subject junior. College is some scholars kalang din dukpin kon dikan sama mata silchela jamang bathong dukpin teve dikani chik ngeja juna reach Ladakh ka daksan available duk te pya ngeja scholar detail in study churches sambatang skinodna teva mata zikshichano identity crisis dekan biskola kon justeno jaga mangpo channel Ladakh chipena men ba khaskar kawena culture chunyodo ya teo flat choste metkan choste ano ya teo manga strong choste resistance luste gel lakawano college second biskola ma mosteno tene mangcha north east line do daksa kalon morkan sikima indo te samena crisis posong se khachigis strong gurte gel Ladakh somska khachik china khertans ka Ladakh pe china kherchesi talik duk pomos denwa teo kher mi chuk chas ponga tang sang me lagai no teni teve na sui role no juna khas ka daksa kale mos leadership role no leaders yong mos ka na i chu zgakste borte dun la khen ne teve na Ladakh sina leadership is ko langa ta Facebook ka mamong post pera charu tene Ladakh ko gel la khoncha sipe kazuk shiyongos teve na nge rewa te chen kale sang tene ngiri sambaz sang po thuk sang sang pon teve na salte teve na contribute choste Ladakh gel la khoncha si talik chen I burst into Ladakh because the next session which is going to be a little bit technical in a way but which needs a lot of discussion that should be in Ladakhi and hope a lot of students, scholars and the people participating here will say a thing or two about these issues. So the next session was supposed to be taken by Dr. Siddiq Wahid, who I know a little bit personally also, but I have read a lot about him, his books and all. He is some sort of an expert on these issues. So we were very excited when he said he's coming here. So we kept this session here. But then finally he couldn't come. But this issue is very current and also something that everybody is expected to know. Especially if you are from Ladakh or from J&K. You are supposed to know these things. So then we thought, okay, we'll make a small presentation here. I prepared a small presentation while Kale was speaking. And then we'll open the session for discussions. I really hope the invited speakers will speak on this topic and others will also ask questions or say one a thing or two. So I'll speak in Ladakhi after this. Ladakh's found like Chirgo se dirna. Chirgo se loli. Yutirgo se gola. Ladakh la yutirgo se indar kapam. Ladakh के लिए कुछ नहीं चाहिए लद्दाख पाउन ला युटी चाहिए युटी जाचे सिंगना थुंचे सिंग फंतोक्शन सिंगना फंतोक्शन सिंगमान तेवत मा नामो शे बोर्ड तांसन वाले युटी गोसिन दिस पर गोसिन बस 1989 जिंगना फला तेवन स्नला in fact independence of the topic thing nam युटी गोसिन जरे कुछ तांस का कचिकिस्तान लद्दाख ला युटी गोसिन पर गंगपो ला हामांगा लद्दाख ला न्यूटी गोसिन जरे 89 na ngita pata do 1989 na agitation ma chin mix mos kya la ni jana mang chaji mas kya de tu janga chang da pix ke se chopo song jut te tu sna gaung sang me nang ne Ladakh pamun UTP ya dismo tang ba le khos kya ma kya sale gaung la spirit lab chus kya ki sang ma yong lamas ga pa yong kya police gun फिर भी यो ना रीच आते लंबा चाहते चिल्ले आयो उसका ले आसे चीज हम लोग लद्दाख ला यूट्यूब को संदेश पर हम मंगोस क्या चीज ऐसे ना वाले जिस पर चीज से वाला लद्दाख ला यूट्यूब को संदेश दे यूट्यूब का ना क्या चीज है क्या ते हालात पर तो कुछ बक्सा सोच संदेश लद्दाख ला यूट्यूब को संदेश ना चीयर को संदेश चीयर निर्गोस फंटोस चीनो तेने न्यान चीज ना मानो यूट्यूब स्पेरा तान दुआ ना न्यान पो ते रोड पिटा और तो छिमो जी को उसके लाम पिना यूट्यूब तान तो मगर तो छिमो ची चुन दे क्या पा तेरे बात छिमो ची रोले to chinmo jino UT this UT mithop cheja thopche sina stumbling block chinmo khran dikchi gyonska jo nyanches tami technical jo nyanches ino ameno spanyana no manano Ladakh UT chema tama tani gadanga Telangana zekhan state teachers ta ekdam mano Ladakh span mise ka po 60s 90s 89 90s kucho tandus rimpoche koran tena mano primary last chokan no teni lan part phom ji shin me gyos ke te phom pochi no le ha article 370 o the phom chin no maro ale phom chin mo khrang ko article 370 no gawa jase Ladakh la UT tangene ne miani azu ko ska te tha khas ka danga BJP general election chata na BJP galkhans para song Ladakh la inna jo tab sangmas promise jo tha UT tan chis lekin dang miuni ma mo santik song bata da to me to bhai chesane BJP te party no gaos you met khanjon der kap manale you met khanjon der kap pada tene ma po debate ma po Facebook ka indo media na indo student community na indo kucho ma po sho kucho ma po sure sting na confusion ba ma acha tik samazone teves ko last para chikmi singa zertan chano desina question ni da question ye ja tia za question po khaspa moni chokna nge rewachun landa chasi article 370 chin okna next posale article 370 wo yang next sale वो देवना आर्टिकल 370 शादी तो गए चीन जखन बो शेख इंदिरा अकॉर्ड जखन चीना आर्टिकल 370 को लचाफिक शादी दो ये चीन हो जो ना जम्मू कश्मीर स्टेट ना इंडिया गवर्नमेंट टी रिलेशन पो आर्टिकल 370 थ्रू योमन जैसे रोड तो स्पन नाम गता जेन के नाम इंडिया स्पेरा तंगना ते आर्टिकल 370 थ्रू सो 7 मियान जैसे मनाले constitutional relations na medna tene UT wo constitutions perigino pada UT chogo na constitutional ngata provision chik chogo no te wo chezane constitutional relations sama article 370 mene cha manbe UT wo article 370 through mene chamiyan derkhani is pera azerte kya you constitutional system mein kya accord china agreement china azerte kya next bole spera di kana shuru chano wala you spera ma mo project ngata instrument of accession dekhan jiyot kya teni galtes jammu kashmir nang india relation po article 370 through chetna teni instrument of accession chi role kya dano pa chezana india na juxkan state government relation po instrument of accession nang linchos kya ino le goma india British songs testing na India state ma mo por na gyaji gina chun state yot kya te state sangma zongs te phet po India na phet po Pakistan na songs kya teri gao India na jux you instrument of accession der kani sign ji chos te jux kya letter chi tosi na khara na ngam po yo ma der te marriage certificate po yo no India na jux kani India na yo ngata iska chikchun jerkani certificate po instrument of accession gao state chun sangma India independent chatana sign choste India na jux kya ya Pakistan na jux kya sale tene ngata hi jen ke wang India khak chi gyus chana you sign choste do bamendo yo domendo le yo dole next pasale you Maharaja Hari Singh sign just kya te sombasana India khachik giro mangule India khachik na Maharaja Hari Singh is instrument of accession for sign just pasana India or Jain ke India khachik gir kya sombasonle young state sangma na choksla khozang sign just kya young state sangma na chokla khozang just kya da tene article 370 chila jotta jasano pa special status te on debate chino mano English ka link jo ngyan na asili relation po marriage certificate po you know instrument of accession po relation between the state and the center लेकिन जेन के नंगा आर्टिकल 370 जिक्योंसे यंग मैरिज सर्टिफिकेट सोशिचोस क्या ई वांग क्यों नंगा तान इसके बाला दे नंगा तान इसका नामा चलो है जरे साइंस चोस क्या पा स्टिंग पना मगा टू चिक चिक मैंने स्केच लो मिलो दे यंग साइंस चोस क्या आर्टिकल 370 होते हो नेक्स्ट मसल आर्टिकल 370 चिनो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इन आर्टिकल 370 चिनो तो ना इना लंबा चौड़ा मंगपो दिस दे दो मगर ते उधर ये लाइन 5 लाइन प्रोजेक्ट्स ना क्या तो दी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की अच्छी से रेत ना यो मगर नेक्स्ट अंकल power of the parliament to make laws for the state shall be limited to these two मासाले आर्टिकल 370 ना चीज रहते क्या करना ठीक है ना था इसका नाम आता चुन मगर ये छात्र संघ का बोल लो देखन सोचपन मानो तेने जेन के ना इंडियन एजुकेशन ना पत्ते उधर क्या पार्लियामेंट इसी कानून चिक्चो ना चोस मानो आले कानून पखट्टा ना चिक लागू चलो मिलो जेन के ना जेन के कहते संग में अप्लाई चलो मिलो even a chalo nam instrument of accession in na chala khachik disted kya teve ka inna chalo yang number ispa next pusale yang such other matters in the said list as with the concurrence of the government of the state the parliament may by orders specify you know the most important kapo this parliament is chi kanun jikchot na chi law jikchot na ते वो खट्टा जेन के काइबला चलो मिलो नाम इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ एक्सेशन पॉइंट सुबजिगट करते हुए का कानून चोदना चलो यंग स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इज एग्री चोस्ते मानो सेकंड सेंटेंस लास्ट फिगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इज एग्री चो ना का तो तेने प्रेसिडेंट इज ई कानून पर अप्लाई चलो चा चुगलो ओ तो ला प्रेसिडेंशियल ऑर्डर जस्ते ना चोस क्या सो मसंगा पार्लियामेंट ऑफ इंडिया ची कानून चिक्चो नाम यंग इंडिया स्टेट्स हमें का ऑटोमेटिकली अप्लाई चनो गलते तो यूनियन लिस्ट पे ना इन्ना फिर पंचायती राज को लगाता कानून चिक्चो क्या 73rd 74th अमेंडमेंट तेना चला राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन एक्ट जखनी कानून ची पास चोस क्या या तेना चला ची कानून ची पास है ना यंग स्टेट को लंबे मिशा का में चलो इन्ना जेन के गवर्नमेंट पोस्ट यस करते मैंने यस जरते में त्यो अप्लाई चलो मिलो नक्ते में नंगाती कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है ना आर्टिकल 370 ता ये में नंगाती आउची दे लो क्या यूटी नाम फलाना समझी दे लो क्या करना यूटी फिया पार्लियामेंट पोस्ट पास चोको सक्या पार्लियामेंट ला मैंने सुअम स्टेट चोचस यूटी चोचस खा को में क्या अनॉल स्टेट चिक्चिस ना पोस्ट भुतन दून ना यूनानी छाचुगा में क्या इन नाम पार्लियामेंट इस कानून जिचो ना जेन के खट्टा लागू चलो में ना यो पर जस्ते ते फिर गलते पार्लियामेंट इजुक पास जो ना कि गाँव जैसे लद्दाख पर यूटी त्यान ना तेने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इस नाम सकपा यस मिजर कंकरेंस मिटम तेन नाम सकपा छचे मानो ओ दे फिर लता स्टेट टी गवर्नमेंट पोषण कंकरेंस त्यान गोस पसंद लॉस हमें का ते फिर ये नायक कंकर चिक चिक टेस्ट देने वाले ते फिर नेता संग इलेक्शन इसको ला मंपो खबर बोरद ना नितिन गडकरी जखन चिग्यों से ले जाता में ना सुमिना नेशी नरंगा ना तेजुक शाना यूटी त्या जखन लिमाला असिर को ओ दे जरता नो चे जना जार मटुक ची स्टिंग ना जेन के इलेक्शन छचे क्या इलेक्शन ना खरे वत जोस क्या कि बीजेपी पूरा गवर्नमेंट ना योन ते स्टिंग ना तेने सेंट्रल का गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी स्टेट का बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट होता तेने पॉसिबिलिटीज इन होते जैसे मार नाती फेसबुक का 2 समास 6 months यूटी लद्दाख लगा जी दिसमेरो त्यो माता स्पेरा मंपोजी कंफ्यूजन है ना छातिक समय नेक्स्ट बो नेक्स्ट यूटी डिमांड पर उतना डेले यूटी डिमांड पे आर्टिकल 370 नाम ई 60s गुने ना शुरू चोस क्या पॉपुलर इंपोर्चुनिस दरवा इन आर्टिकल 370 की करेंसीज फंक्शन मोज गाते दुख से ता ये ना डिबेट पूछी नो नेक्स्ट पोसल बस आर्टिकल 370 नांगजिन जेन क्या स्पेशल स्टेटस इतां सेतनवा स्पेशल स्टेटस इचे तां सनो चेदान संमाल इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ एक्सेशन जोस डिजाइन जोस ने उसका पा तेने जेन क्या स्पेशल स्टेटस इचे तां सनो देने नंबर इसपा नोले दसना था इंदिरा शेख अकॉर्ड प्नाथों की नम जेन के नाम इंडियन रिलेशन इस पर आया ते सम आर्टिकल 370 जो देखो नो इन दिस पर्सन ते वो इनोगा ते नेक्स्ट पर नो आर्टिकल 370 करते रिमूव चोस्किन योद्धा चोंग्या ना नोगा देखन जी तक्सन क्वेश्चन जी दो आएंगे जरा बातें ने करते बीजेपी पावर हम योंस पिन्ना तेने स्टेट का योद्धा पार्लियामेंट या योद्धा योंगा नोगा मतलब थे न्याना नोगा देखनी क्वेश्चन जी क्या खसपा मांग पोस्ट थे न्याना मान ऑप्शन constitutional problem जो क्या पे ना next पर नो that is article 370 था special status for JNK तेने लद्दाख समोलना special status यो क्या पा इंडिया ना कवना ना दांस फिलोक ना योंस ते लद्दाख ला दुबमियन सकल जुमियन JNK ना फिलोक वाला लास्ट चोमियन खुरमला permanent residence certificate चिगो ते समा मेथन छानो आजा खनिस पाइजियो article 370 था ते स्पेशल पावर्स या स्पेशल स्टेटस या स्पेशल प्रिविलेजेस गाव माता जेन के पायत क्या कवलादा फमोल ना यत क्या त्यो तंतन ला मेत खन छानो आ जाता था नेक्स्ट पो ना फोर पो ना भी पतोक सम तेने मार डिबेट छन मोजिक चेक फेसबुक का मा पेज चीन अंदर ना तो इन्हीं का तंग सो लद्दाख पो ला फंतोक दो अमीर जखान बो आर्टिकल 370 थेन ना गेला नोगा माथेन ना गेला नोगा यूटी तंग ना गेला नोगा मतंग ना गेला नोगा खान पो ये पॉइंट उनिका क्वेश्चन जो ना क्वेश्चन दिया जाच्छे जनो खासपा उनिस मॉलिंग आच्छे जनो सुजिगा मॉल्दो जो मॉल्सिंग जो ना मॉलिंग आच्छे नो तेना ये वे कहाँ था इस सेशन बो ये इंट्रोडक्शन तो इनो गया थैंक यू ले
Okay. Ambassador Peace Topden has beautifully set the tone of the seminar. Yeah? And now Thachin has given us the presentation on Article 370. I'll be the moderator for this discussion. More than a moderator, what I'll do is I'll ensure that everybody gets a chance if somebody wants to raise question. Yeah? Now, if you have any question related to the first presentation, the first speaker, the Ambassador Peace Topden, and the Article 370, the big stroke, big rock. So you please raise your hand and introduce yourself and the question. Anyone in the audience? Okay. Yes, ma'am. No, you need not to give introduction, welcome, thanks, okay, no thanks. Just say, okay, I'm Dolma, my question is for Ambassador Peace Topden. Okay, this is my question. That's all.
Okay, myself, Sonam Yango. I'm doing Masters from Punjab University. My question is to Topden. What are the scope of international studies in Ladakh? Would you tell something about this? As a student of geopolitics,
I think better I would request our speakers to be on the stage. Guys, pull some chairs. Chair likyo, do tin chair likyo.
First of all, we need to understand that Ladakh is at the heart of Asia. Not just Asia, but also Eurasia. You know, once upon a time, I'm told, I've never seen that document, the King of Ladakh used to have relationship, some correspondence with the Russian Empire, through some trade. And some Britishers also written about Ladakh having a lot of relationship with a lot of surrounding kingdoms. Now, I think the pure geography itself will tell you, give you an instinct to be a sense of international being, an international person. And I'm told, even in the 19th century, Ladakh was much more cosmopolitan. People from all over Asia used to come, exchange goods, and they used to go. It was part of the Silk Route. You know, and Silk Route is a phenomena. Silk Route is not just a road. Silk Route is a system and a world in itself. Its history, its culture, its trade, its economy, its export, its import, its spying, it is diplomacy, it is even prostitution, gambling. You know, everything was there on the Silk Route. And I think Ladakh was part of that system. And that's why most Ladakhis have this tendency to be very, very clever in understanding things there. And I see, when I was in JNU in the School of International Studies, a Ladakhi boy or a girl used to pick up things very fast. He has a natural way of looking at things. Of course, you need to, international today is much wider world, but you have an advantage. You are you come from a cosmopolitan, you cannot compare yourself with Meerut district or Muradabad or something like that, because that was a part of a larger thing. But you, because of the geography, you have this advantage. What the professor has called geopolitics. You have a geopolitical advantage. This is one. Number two, since, I find very few modern intellectual scholars, students studying either Shia studies or Buddhist studies. If they are doing Buddhist studies, they come from the traditional Lama order, Lamaistic order. They have their own world. People like you don't study Buddhism. Today, like Buddhism, Asia is about Buddhism. Even India conducts diplomacy with the rest of Asia. Pandit Nehru started this in Panchi in 1955. Because it is India which has given this light to Asia many years ago, during the times of Ashoka. And the rest of Asia looks at India as a mother. And I'm told, the people of Ladakh look at the country, not because, I won't say I'm a patriotic Indian or something like that. I'm not. Because my God comes from India. That's the thing that keeps you aligned. So therefore, you have a role to play. You have a role to play, but unfortunately, even the Shia studies, people in Lucknow, they try to dominate. I don't know how many people from Kargil can come out one day. Look, this is what it is. They are not. Coming up. And similarly, there are people who are doing international studies with relationship with Thailand, China, or Japan, Korea, whatever. They try to take into a very narrow religious field. Why don't you take it as a system in the sense that larger social problems are sorted out? Relationship is to be built. And I always tell Government of India, why don't you use Ladakh as an asset? For you as a launching pad. It's a staging ground. You launch yourself into Central Asia, into Inner Asia, into East Asia, into West Asia. Wherever you want to go, Ladakh will give you that thing. But first of all, this has to be understood to the people. Secondly, Ladakh must be trusted. People must be trusted by the system. Look, you say I have problem with the Chinese. People in Punjab cannot understand Chinese. The Ladakhi can understand Chinese better. That's the asset Government of India has. But can Government of India use people of Ladakh to improve relationship with China? I doubt. I doubt. It's not possible. Because you are not coming forward. You have no views. Ladakh is faceless and voiceless on any issue. Rest of the country is belligerent about how the Chinese came to Ladakh. The Ladakhis don't say it. I've never heard Ladakhis making a lot of noise about whether they came or they gone or whatever they did, it's okay and all that stuff. But point here is that it's you to understand how much you can contribute, even for the resolution of the boundary issue. You don't expect a person coming from Chennai to understand where is Pukse and where is Dabchok and all that thing. You have much more mastery on this land, topography, people, history, culture, all this, the movement of nomads and Jantham. So you have to develop expertise so that you are able to play a role in the policy making, in diplomacy, in international relationship. Certainly you have, but this again depends on individual quality, individual instinct, individual taste. And then, like some people have in the medical field, some have in science. International relationship is another area. But again, it's a very competitive world. Maybe I see most of the people expert on Ladakh are not from Ladakh. They are from Chandigarh or from Lucknow or Delhi. They are authority on Ladakh. So you also need to have an authority on something. Nothing else but Ladakh. Today, most of the foreigners are authority on Ladakh. A small insect is found in Uga Valley or Marka Valley. People in Ladakh don't know, but that somebody who came from France, he or she has discovered that small species which is unique. And maybe you can say Scorpio. There are 5,000 types of Scorpio in the world. Some Scorpios are so rare that it may be found only in Ladakh. But people in Ladakh don't know. Some researcher from France has come and discovered that Scorpio to be found in Marka Valley. Identified, and that person's name may be John. So that particular Scorpio is known as a John Scorpio. It is patented like that in the realm of science, in the theory of science. He has discovered this, Scorpio in Ladakh. So, what I'm trying to say is that it's a field of expertise, it's a field of thing, and international relationship is also, it's a very diverse thing. And again, there is a niche. That's a very absurd thing. International relationship is about economic relationship. It's a relationship of society, culture, diplomacy, soft power, hard power. And people like us used to deal with bringing peace through security. When you have peace, you have security. But the world does not believe in that. World says that security is first, then only you will have peace. Like you must have nuclear weapon, you might have a lot of ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, you might have all the things, then you will have ensured peace. All this North Korea, South Korea. North Korea, that fellow has got all sorts of weapons. South Korea has got all the American weapons. So both have security, well security structure built. But they don't sleep in the night. They have no peace. In Europe, Russia has got everything to destroy Europe. Europeans have, and the NATO also has got enough power to destroy Russia. That's called security. But are they at peace? So the philosophy, the Indian philosophy is that it is peace, which is, when you have peace, you have security. If you have security, it doesn't mean that you have peace. So international system is about selling your ideas. It's a minefield of opportunities where you can play a lot of role. Depends what kind of a thinking you have in your mind, what kind of a role that you can play. Even if it is an available field like the role of Buddhism in Asian diplomacy or international. Today the Chinese are capturing the field of Buddhism. Because Buddhism is not about religion. Buddhism is about capturing and even controlling the discourse in Asia. If most of the countries in Asia are Buddhist, China wants to take the leadership and control the mind. And Buddhism is just an instrument, small instrument, like you use it. So Buddhism is about economy, future, society, controlling the international system from the Asian point of view. So India is now slowly losing our leadership role. We don't have a single Indian leader as a Buddhist today. Can you tell me any Indian leader who is a Buddhist leader? Yes? Yeah. So that's the main challenge.
Thank you, Kale. The beauty of doing international studies is, and the more you know, the more you realize you need to know more, yeah? So that you will be in a better position to think globally and act locally. And I think my role as a moderator is in a potential danger, because when we have a panelist like Ambassador P. Stopton, who has got huge experience and got so many things to share, and there's a danger that every answer will turn into a lecture, yeah? May I request you please refrain yourself to the point, answer to the question, so that we can give more opportunities to more number of students. Anyone? Sir.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm Harry, and I'm working in INAD department with Swang Tharchenji. My question is related to 1947. As we all know that Hari Singh signed the paper of become a part of India. Become the part of India after the attack of Pakistan. But what is the reason behind this? कि जो ये topic था J&K will become the topic of UN Court. So काफी बड़ा topic है ये UN Court के लिए. What is the reason behind this?
I'll better leave it to the experts here.
That is the fundamental level. Again, in regard to this Article 370 and all that. The answer is known to nobody except maybe some people close to Jawaharlal Nehru and his leaders, and maybe some people like Menon and all. Nobody knows exactly what the reasons were. As I said, the marriage was done by the instrument of accession. They became, integrated. Then what is the need for going to the UN? What is the need for Article 370? Why is there a special status? Nobody knows, except, of course, when you read newspapers, when you read books, so many people say so many things. One thing they say is, Hari Singh signed the instrument of accession at a very late stage, as we saw just some time back. He was waiting for something. Maybe he thought he would not become a part of India or Pakistan, he will be a new state. Hari Singh was in a unique position. He was a Hindu king ruling a Muslim majority state. So he was thinking, maybe I will, just become a new state because I cannot go there, I cannot come. Here, in between, what happened? When he was waiting and waiting and waiting, what happened?
No sir, actually at that time in the front of Raja Hari Singh, वहाँ पे तीन वो थे, there is three sides. चाहे तो वो पाकिस्तान के साथ मिले या फिर इंडिया के साथ या otherwise he will.
हाँ, he was waiting and waiting and waiting.
But हुआ क्या कि वो चाहते थे कि वो अपना अलग एक कंट्री उसे बनाए.
हुआ क्या actually हुआ क्या? उसके बाद why did he suddenly sign the instrument accession?
Because POK ने पाकिस्तान ने उनके ऊपर अटैक
किया. That is it. When the attack came, he was suddenly surprised because then he said, okay, I cannot be an independent state. So he suddenly signed the instrument accession. Some people say he spoke to Jawaharlal Nehru and some other guys, saying, I'll come to India, but give me certain conditions, like those, we have one child only. That kind of conditions, but we don't know that. But then Jawaharlal Nehru के सम्मान लोग the instrument accession पर sign जो चुके. People say Jawaharlal Nehru gave him an assurance that because you signed the instrument of accession in a very difficult situation, you had no time to think. So we'll think about this relation between the state and the union later. We'll give you certain conditions. That is what they said. There is nothing written. There is no letter, no agreement. Nothing is written as far as I know. Of course, then Hari Singh went, Sheikh Abdullah came. They know the conditions. They tried to assert. Then the Article 370 was inserted in the Indian Constitution as a special condition, as a special status. Nothing is written except what people say about Jawaharlal Nehru.
Thank you. No more question. Okay. Article 370, there are three types of problem. A, there's no information. B, there's a lack of information. C, there are misinformation. And such platform will help us to evolve from that confusion. Yeah. So Dr. Chanti, would you like to say something?
Should I say something on this or?
Yeah, you can add on.
This is a very lengthy topic. There are a lot of geopolitical implications. Lot of parameters come in. Yeah, I'm staying to the point. I think everybody knows that the Pakistan raiders were very close to the Srinagar airport, and had the instrument not been signed at that time, I've read a few first-hand accounts of Indian Air Force people and some other authors. Had the delay been there by just a few hours, probably Srinagar or Kashmir could have been lost forever.
But India sir उस time help कर सकता था. What is the reason कि India ने उनकी help नहीं की?
India did help because legally India could have helped only if there was authority. Otherwise, India could have been accused of interference.
But sir,
so Indian troop, I know of Air Force pilots who actually landed in Srinagar, actually landed in Leh. When there was no even airport in Leh, people landed the aircraft there. So that was a kind of intended help at that time.
But I think Mountbatten told Jawaharlal Nehru ji,
you have the answer for your question? Okay. Then what we can do is best thing. Okay, during the break you can sit with him. Okay, know more about this Article 370. Yeah? I don't want this session to be Article 370 dominated. Yeah. Any more questions? 370. Sir. Okay. May I have the liberty to give the mic to?
Okay, very short. Yeah. J&K will be celebrating 200th year in second century, another 30 years from down the line. It's a treaty. Anyway, point here is that vis-a-vis us, vis-a-vis Ladakh, the common point about Jammu and Kashmir was that we had a Dogra ruler. Yes, we were under the Dogras. The Kashmiris were under the Dogras, the Baltis were under the Dogras, everybody, Mirpuris were under the Dogra. Dogra was our ruler. The rule of Dogras ended. The natural thing would have been, तुम अपना रास्ता ना पाओ, तुम अपना रास्ता ना पाओ, हमारा राजा तो चला गया. Now that did not happen. Nehru played the trick. He tried to keep that, post Dogra, the J&K must be continued. It says we asked for 4 options. A, to join East Punjab. B, to be ruled by Maharaja. 3, to go to Tibet. And the 4th, to be ruled by Delhi. Pandit Nehru didn't listen to us. Really, he's 2 times even Bakula Rinpoche wrote, but he did not answer to those queries. Letters were sent. And then we were told to obey Sheikh Abdullah. Obviously, nobody wanted to obey Sheikh Abdullah as a leader. But unfortunately, he played some tricks. If you read, there is a book called Danger in Kashmir by Robert Corbell. Robert Corbell, he was the father of Madeleine Albright, who was the Secretary of the State of the United States during Carter's time. No, not Carter's, Senior Bush time. He was the UN observer in Kashmir. He wrote a book, what kind of a trick Sheikh Abdullah played to the Ladakhis to rejoin Jammu and Kashmir. There was no compulsion to join Ladakhis to join Kashmir again, because legally it's collapsed. Jammu and Kashmir Maharaja state had collapsed. And it had not become as yet what we are saying, all that instrument and all that thing is fine. But the constitution was yet to be defined. 370 actually came into being in 1952. And Rinpoche voluntarily went and signed that constitution. Today we can't get out of because of that signature. 1952 we went, and Rinpoche was not elected person that time. He was just nominated by Sheikh Abdullah. There is a problem. We have a case. Our case is very strong actually. We cannot say Rinpoche Bakula represented us. We did not elect him. He went and signed there. But anyway, that is the history now. You can't say those things. The issue is not legal. The issue is political today. Legally, we know we can't get out of it. To remove 370, we have to remove. Before that, we have to remove 2 more constitution articles. Article 56, Article 19 or something, only then we reach 370. That is very difficult. So what you do is, you can't remove 370, but you can make it meaningless. You can make it meaningless, which is already happening. But 370 is a blessing in disguise. Without 370, another student should now build scenarios. If 370 was not there, what would have been our problem? You build 3-4 scenarios. Before we were part of East Punjab, which today is Himachal Pradesh, what would have been the future? Or if we were part of Maharaja, then what would be the scenario? If you draw those scenarios, you will find an answer. The pros and cons of 370. 370 has protected us. Today, maybe because of Kashmiris, we are far more protected. Minus the Kashmiris, in the Indian system, the number game, again, is very important. You have no numbers. So basically what it means, you will be treated like some Tibetan refugees. Danger is again that. Today, the state gives you a certain structure, a framework to protect yourself. There is a constitutional protection. Without it, look at the fate of Spiti, Lahul Spiti. What are they doing? I don't know. They are even counted somewhere. Although maybe some tribal laws are there also. I'm not sure. I'm not very aware about those things, but there are some problems there also.
Yeah, there is tribal law.
Huh?
It's a tribal area.
Tribal area.
Thank you. So I was under the impression Kali was stretching it. I thought, okay, he's giving me the microphone. Yeah. So, next question. Yeah.
Small question, sir. One is related. Please stand up. And introduce yourself. Yeah. Sir, this is related with Kargil. I have asked to you the ambassador's view. Please, what's your opinion about Kargil's Gardor Road, sir? Your opinion on Kargil's Gardor Road? Is India government is intentional in not opening that route? Are they not interested in the peoples of Kargil? And there is important question, sir. Do there is any extreme security concern when we operate Kargil's Gardor Road, sir?
Okay. How Kargil's Gardor Road protect the interest or exploit the interest of Kargilis? Yeah.
I think in 2006 or 7, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh has said, isn't it, about that Kargil's Gardor will be also included in one of those making border meaningless campaign that started during previous Mufti regimes. Anyway, those things, Uri, Shuri and all that thing were open, but this was stuck. I don't think there was any security concerns. Nobody wants it to be a valley-centric. People want peace process with Kashmir to be a J&K-centric, which includes Jammu and Ladakh also. The problem is, from the Pakistani side, there is a problem. Problem is that that belt, Gilgit, Baltistan, or that area, is a Shia populated. Now, they're already concerned about what the Iranians are doing in Balochistan. They don't want Indians to do too many things it's so easy to do things in Baltistan and Gilgit. If we want to interfere, we have set up a shortwaves transmission at Taraz to telecast the Bhakti program from our side, Radio Kargil and Radio Leh. They're more popular other side than our side, our radios, All India Radio, whatever. So we can do real damage on that side. The problem is they know this problem. So they don't allow, the moment you propose something, they don't even look at these proposals. So there is a big problem. I don't think concerns are much on our side, the concerns are on their side.
Thank you, sir. Next question. Yes, in blue t-shirt.
Speak louder, yeah. Shut down, sir.
So,
Good evening, sir. My name is Sanjay Paljur, and my question is to Peace Thousand, sir. Actually, Ladakh is gone by the environment, mostly the climate, topographically. So, socially, economically, and the way of culture we have, these are all determined by the environment. So, sir, it became a stumbling block in the way to the development. So how we can overcome these such a physical problems, environmental problems?
Now, what's your question? Environment is a stumbling block for our development in Ladakh.
Yes, sir. So how we can overcome these problems, sir?
I think environment is a problem, but it is also a big advantage for us. Without the current environment of Ladakh, we are not Ladakh. We may be something else. I think environment gives you a lot of things. There are problems of environment which is getting distorted or destroyed. That's an issue. But environment itself is not a problem. Danger is about this current environmental status is getting damaged because of climate change, because of global warming, because of pollution, because of whatever that today you get add to all these things, including number of vehicles. I'm told, these people have started using refrigerators. Refrigerator is based on what is that chemical called CO3. That is the most dangerous element to destroy environment. Or, the black holes. CFC. Now, imagine people will start using this. And the Indus Valley is so fragile, so fragile. There is a geography subject, there is a thing called inversion of temperature. Every afternoon, 2 o'clock, the Leh Valley will witness an inversion of temperature. Leh gets hot in the morning. By afternoon, the cold air comes inside Leh, and there is a cyclone in Choklamsar or Phe or Tikse or somewhere. People suffer from lungs diseases, dust and all that thing in the entire belt of Chushot Valley. So this kind of environment, and when you start using this kind of a chemical issues, that is going to damage the environment heavily. Secondly, I'm told that some of our leaders are now going for campaigning for growing trees, million trees or 2 million trees or lakhs of trees. That's the most dangerous. Nobody has recommended this growing tree aspect. No scientist has told you to grow trees. Some politicians have told you to grow trees, or some social activists have told you to grow trees. Be careful. They may be misleading you. Growing trees is not a good thing. You are again destroying the nature. In an environment where trees cannot be grown, please do not grow. It will create disaster. It will create all those kind of, it will attract all the monsoon cloud from Punjab or Himachal Pradesh into the Indus Valley. Then you will have flash flood, what you have seen in 2010. So the science has a very, very delicate system, and the ecosystem which you have to maintain. That's the challenge. Environment itself, I think it's so beautiful. Our environment, we have no disease much, no snakes, nobody going to bite you. I think it's fantastic. I would like to live there. The problem is, again, this is not going to live very long. I come from a village called Stock. I used to have a huge mountain glacier. Today, they are not visible. They are small, ice there and there. It's a real concern.
Okay, our intelligence, wisdom lies in how we can live in harmony with the nature. Not we perceive that environment is our devil, environment is our obstacle, environment is our threat, and we always try to conquer the nature, and as a result of that, then we may have to face more calamities which we have recently witnessed. Yeah. So this is also new to me, yeah, and we should not make plantation, because since Ladakh is one place in globally, maybe one of the places, and where afforestation has taken place significantly over the years, in the rest of the places the deforestation has taken place. So is there any scientific evidence or study which states that in places like Ladakh we should not go for afforestation?
There is a problem about deforestation. There's also about afforestation. That is well established. If trees cannot be grown beyond 16,000 feet, then the nature must have not permitted the trees to grow. But if you want to do zabardasti, you want to grow trees, trees can be grown as long as your sun and oxygen and some water is there. Trees can be grown. I mean, I can do a lot of things artificially myself, but I have to understand the implication of what I'm doing for myself. So there are a lot of studies being done. Point here is that we don't consult experts. We go by, Indian Army has encouraged in the 70s and the 80s, the FRL and all that thing. They are 4Gs, they like it, greenery and all that. Even I like greenery, but you have to live there. There is a cyclic problem now. The more trees you grow, the more rainfall you have in Ladakh, more precipitation. More precipitation you have, more cement that you will have to use. Now everybody is using cement and steel in their houses. The moment you use your cement and steel in your houses, then your health problem starts coming. So there is a huge chain effect that you are confronted with. Your Abiles and Memeles will be complaining about knee and joint pains and rheumatism and whatever that thing problem comes up. So therefore, the holistic approach, the regional approach, there are certain sense. Try and preserve that, but if not possible at all, then be prepared. Today I am told even tomatoes can be grown in Leh, which is not heard of before. Tomatoes in Ladakh, I mean, I don't know. How is it possible?
I think you are still not aware, sir. Except banana and mango, we can grow everything. Okay. So we should understand. We should consult the expert before we take such policy decision or go for mass plantations where we are planting millions of trees. As a result of that, which will affect our climate, and the climate change will take place, and which will also affect the health, economy, and the social stratification also. Touching, would you like to say something? You are okay. Any question? No, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Rahul. I'm from Kargil. I just want to know that what kind of development does Ladakh want? Like in one way we are talking about the culture protection. We are saying that we should protect our culture. Like sir said in his lecture that in Sikkim they are totally vanished. They have lost their culture background. And at the same time we are talking about international connectivity through Ladakh. Like sir said, we can connect to China, Europe, Russia, etc. So what kind of development does Ladakh want really? Like we are demanding for UT. There is no well-maintained road, airports, anything.
Keep your question simple. What type of development Ladakh should have?
I think in terms of economy, only you have a transit value. You are a trader before, you can trade. You can't produce. You can sell water. Tomorrow, I think 10 years down the line, water will be more expensive than gas and oil. There will be a war on water. So you have a lot of water, preserve water. Water is your wealth. And in Delhi we buy, for 20 rupees we buy 10 liters of water. I mean imagine, you are sitting on such a wealth and it's not valued. Water jara is and all that. It's about awareness. It's about awareness. If you're getting a lot of rice from here, why can't you sell water down? Vegetables, a lot of things. I think Prime Minister Modi went to Leh and said a lot of good things. We can do a lot of good things. But also it's also true that our scientists has not done enough work in Ladakh to find out about mining, mineral prospects. I am told the certain areas of Ladakh which is not part of the Himalayas. Ladakh is not totally Himalayas. Changthang area, the north of Changthang and Durbuk and above, is not Himalayas. It is an extension of Tarim Basin. Tarim Basin, people have found granites there. If you have granites, that means there are fossil fuels. If there were fossil fuels, then there must be oil and gas also. But who has done studies? People have not measured even the volume of water which is flowing in Shyok or Indus or Suru or whatever. Nobody wants to do any hard work there. So you don't know the wealth. I am told in Changthang area alone, there's so much economic prospects. There are certain type of species of plant which is not available in the world, which can be purchased by the Japanese for medicinal purposes. The Pashmina itself is like a massive prospect. You have uranium, I'm told, in Sharok Valley somewhere, Utmaru, in Nubra. People don't want to talk about it. Maybe they are secrets, maybe they are confidential, maybe I don't know. Maybe it is difficult to explore those things because you don't have energy, you don't have transportation. This thing cost makes it a difficult thing. Only, I have done little research. What industry can be set up in Ladakh? No, interesting. Only vodka. Because if you want to produce steel, it has to be near the iron ore mines. If you want to grow cotton textile, it has to be somewhere near the transportation center, like Bombay, Ahmednagar, Sholapur and all that. But if you want to produce vodka, it is not necessary it has to be produced in Punjab, because it will not be so. Punjab produce grain, but it can't produce vodka. Vodka requires a particular water, particular climate and particular temperature. That is why in the Norwegian, the Nordic states produce one of the best vodkas. People say only in India, Ladakh can produce the best vodka. International standard, global quality, world quality vodka. But who is venturing out? Somebody can try, I can get the technology from Norway or Russia or somewhere. It's not very costly. 10 people are enough. But the problem is, where is the energy? Wheat can be imported from Punjab. Where? Where is the power? So there are a whole lot of complex. We keep on trying to build some hydropower, it never worked. I know since I was childhood, that Stakna project took 50 years, never successful. Now I believe this one is also a little question mark. The problem is, what is the problem? Just buy electricity from somewhere, pay money and buy it. Ladakhis can pay money. Buy it from the northern grid, Himachal Pradesh or Punjab or somewhere. Get the transmission straight, buy it, finish, let it is all. Why are you trying to waste time in building something? It is not successful. In Ladakh, only 2-3 things are successful. Maybe a school, maybe a dharamshala, maybe a temple, maybe some mosque or something. That's successful, but hydro and all these things, it's a question.
Okay, thank you, sir. A development, okay, your question was what type of development Ladakh should have. A development which can meet the needs of your needs, my needs, and the needs of your children, my children, and the children of your children and my children, yeah. And both financially, environmentally, socially, culturally, spiritually, everything, yeah. And Kali has put it in a very different perspective. Now we will move to the next question. Okay. You, sir.
Julie, my name is Seri Moto, and my question is related to the environment disaster. So, these days we are using personal vehicles, and personal vehicles are increasing day by day, and we are stop using public transport. So, what do you propose to increase the public transport and stop this individual personal vehicle to protect our environment by polluting them? What do you propose, sir?
To whom your question is?
Actually, in Ladakh,
question to Sundra.
Any, sir, any.
Any? Sir, you don't know about Ladakh. I'll ask you some more questions.
Rapid mass transport RMT. Taksanadas car chikchi gishuna, one man, 160 kg of man, a car, few tons maybe. In a kilometer took chimala, the 1 kilo of carbon dioxide or something like that. Your punch, Mana, Kevina, the Tanoki, Suma was some polluting source go, that's a ladala. To the carbon, the thing research man is that. The carbon is Nati glacier sama nakpo jano tu patang se te nakpos heat poma theme shuam reflect maja. Te jase nati glacier sama juan no so juna kato teri chuek dam oncha de pule ata bosta na maus pasana inju ada chu thumam me chas jiga bosta na enar gudum biga te chu mi to tezrewa. There is a solution that worldwide rapid mass transport can do. Nada Delhi na metro thong sano. Dena tola bus no yo khatok na dukani bus, yo na dukani bus. Esok shota ngenche no magar. Switch train dekan to ala. Pera chisok ta ganda deche no pa train duri na hai. Tasna da tibet la train khet tano. Dena tola India na thong ngenche no. Tuk singala samche sing mane chicho ngenche no dekan to. Many possibilities are there.
Okay, let me tell you, when I was a child, in my village, okay, every morning there used to be one bus come, this SR State, Jammu and Kashmir State Road Transport bus, yeah? White color, okay, with a green strip. Twice in a day, one in the morning and one in the morning and one in the evening. And gradually they have increased. And then one in the morning, one in the afternoon, one in the evening. Now, in the last, I think, 10 years, the bus services has stopped. Not even a single bus comes to my village. Because most of the villagers are having cars, yeah? So we don't need buses. So one thing is, public transport system in itself is so inefficient. Yeah? Unless you improve the efficiency of the public transport system, why people will go to public transport system? Because today, people, every single fraction of a second counts, yeah? So you have to be somewhere for a meeting, you have to be somewhere for a wedding or some important appointment. But the public transport system, it's not good. Unless we improve the public transport system, so we cannot withdraw. And that comes an individual sense of responsibility. How many cars you have in your family? No, someone.
Yotkan ni fiada chalo chi no ka.
Khampa chalo, thie khampa chalo.
Me de mane. Me sorry. Yotkan let's get add to the part. Add to the yotkan ni fiada chalo yot no ka jam ka. मगर मेरकान में क्या public transport matches पे जैसे एक problem भी आता है. ये तो वैसे जी ना political जो भी है सर. But then now जहाँ restriction की में ना इना जो environment को ना देख mampu तो कुछ नहीं हो पाता मतलब ये तो issue जो yang mengalang issue yang tu मगर जहाँ restriction
I have to share an experience which can be replicated in Ladakh. When I was serving as ambassador, I saw a valley called Chu Valley. It's a huge valley which plain and mountain on both sides. And the method which the Russians have found some 20-30 years ago was that the moment you have the big passes, difficult passes crossed, and the valley starts, you have the main junction at the starting of the valley, railway line, wherever it is possible. So that, big transportational vehicles, that you need not use it. You say, for example, the moment heavy vehicle comes at Zojila, into what is that called, this area, whatever, Gumri or something. The moment you cross the greater Himalayas, you are on the other side of the Himalayas. Now you take the example of Daras onward. From Daras to Leh, even Leh to Puga or up to somewhere, railway is possible. Okay, forget about even Daras. Even if you start from Kargil, the other side, the Indus side, not Chitan, what is the other side called? Dahanu. वहाँ से start करें up to Karu, the railway line can go, and every heavy vehicles can have their goods unloaded in Kargil, take by train wherever you want to take, and that way the amount of pollution that caused by army convoys the civilian convoys. That is adding more. In the cities, of course you can't have railway on the heights. The railway can only in the Indus Valley. Wherever the river is going, you can have railway lines. In the cities, the best possible way is to have electric tramways. The buses which runs on electricity. But for that you need power, cheap power and clean power. That's the problem. Fortunately, we don't have coal to burn. If we have coal, we would have been producing a lot of electricity through coal. Thankfully, we don't have coal, and it's very difficult to import coal also. It's a God bless that we don't have to depend on. So any energy has to be clean energy, which is hydro. Nuclear, I don't know it's possible in the Himalayas, nuclear power. But hydro at the moment is best. I believe there is this thermal, geothermal in Uga, that can be exploited. Solar is the best. Any transportation system can be run on clean and efficient energy and cheap energy.
Excuse me, I want to clear one thing.
Later. Young people's activism should not be restricted to Facebook and you are spectators to the society, what's happening in the society. And you should raise your voice to make things happen. And one of the key areas where this Ladakh Student Association, Chandigarh or Delhi or Dehradun, Jammu, or collectively what you can do during the summer break is this checking pollution, vehicle pollution. In Ladakh, you might have seen during the summer, the trucks, taxis are moving on the road as if like a brick chimney. So, one thing which you can do is you can go and meet with the key stakeholders, the police commissioner, the district administrations, to ensure that they enforce the law so that the vehicles which are coming to Ladakh don't have the right to pollute our environment. So they are making money, but okay, we don't have any problem, but they don't have the right to pollute our environment at the later stage because we would be the one who have to pay for that. Yeah? So this is one area where you can take an action. Okay, sir. Any more questions? You're from, sir? Khalsari. Kargil Babu.
Samal Jure. So my name is Dhananamil. I am studying in Punjab University. My question is to Mr. P. Swatan. Sir, as you mentioned in your speech that the teaching profession is not a productive one. So my question is, how does it make you think that teaching is not a productive profession? And at the last, I also appeal you to suggest some ways through which we can make a teaching a productive one. Thank you, sir.
So throw some light.
Any tertiary work, it is productive in a different way. I'm saying that, it's a disproportion. In Ladakh, teaching is like a huge big belly. The person is not smart, slim and smart. From top to bottom, one has to be smart. You must have industry, you must have teaching, you must have engineering, you must have everything. But here, if nothing else is there, you have a huge belly, which is the teaching belly. It looks very ugly. I don't think, and unproductive in the sector, that what can you produce except for education? Education is a very noble field. But are the people coming to Ladakh for education? Or are you going as a teacher outside Ladakh? Teachers are exported also. Today London also requires teachers to teach English and mathematics. Teaching is the most noble profession. But when you are talking about the development of the region, how can teaching can develop the region? I cannot understand how teachers can develop Once you are a teacher, anyway you are finished. You are a government servant. You can't even talk. You keep quiet. You work for the system. 60 years, till you turn 60 years, you can't even speak out. You are trapped. So anyway, that's a political issue. Issue is that you cannot bring too much of a material well-being to the people here. You can't add too much to the growth. Teaching is a very notional profession. It's a profession which everybody goes through that thing. But I can't say that 90% of our educated people go for teaching. And then नहीं करेंगे तो किधर जाएंगे? Are there options? If you are uneducated, semi-educated, you can join armed forces. But the armed forces is also, in the real economic sense, it's a parasitic. It's unproductive. You live on somebody else. The real producers are the farmer. They are the ones who produce things. Or a lot of people who join the spiritual profession, they are also unproductive. What do they produce? What do they produce? I'm also an unproductive sector. I can't produce anything for the society. Except, okay, these services that I'm providing. But it's not adding up to the whole.
So, with due respect, and we are living in a democratic setup, and the beauty of living in a democratic setup is we have the liberty to have a different opinion, And I disagree with Ambassador P. Stockton. From my eyes, the teaching community it's not like, okay, you are making iPhones or laptops or iPad or making electric bulbs. The job of a teacher is the most challenging and complex jobs. Because teacher is in the business of man making. At the end of the day, is the people, quality of the people who's going to decide where the country's economy, environment, culture, language, science and technology is going to be. And they are in that business. So that's why I think teachers are playing one of the principal role in enhancing and ensuring and sustaining the productivity of a community or a country or a region or globally. So I request Dr. Champi to say a few words because you are in the same profession. I'm not a teacher.
Thank you, Mr. Stanton. I did not intend to take the mic, but there are a few points. If you can bear with me, I just made a list of 5, 6, 7 points. I'll quickly rush through them with all due apologies and regards to all of you. One is that, first, my name is Shante, it's not Shanti. ABS Shante is my name. I hope my students also get it right. I'll make a few observations and a few rebuttals, if I can call that. First of all, let me really compliment the Honorable Ambassador for one of the most exalted speeches I have ever heard in my life. I have heard a lot of speeches, but rarely have I been really motivated. His speech was so motivating. I wish I could dwell more upon it and share a few things with you, but I don't wish to take too much of time, so I'll just add one little thing to sum up what he had said. Beautiful words. I wish all of you remember those things that he talked about. Some of my students, Sonam is here, some of you are here who have attended my classes. I think I always, in the beginning of this session, always narrate a lot of quotations, and one famous story which I always share with my students, which I have not heard any other teacher talk about, but he symbolized all that. He epitomized what I talk about. This is a fable of the coastal lands. So I think you might remember this. The fable of the coastal areas where they say, do not give fish to a hungry man. What is the next line?
Teach him fishing.
Teach him how to fish. And when he talked about beggars, that subsidies, assistance, World Bank, and all those things, my philosophy has always been that the person should be so exalted, so high, that you do not have to beg from anybody. And I wish to see Ladakh pass one
resolution I made today is I'm never going to use the word Ladakhi. I'm going to avoid using the word Ladakhi, although they have been using it also again and again, but then it becomes a part of this psyche. But I wish the Ladakpas here raise their own levels so much that they do not have to be dependent upon anyone. And believe me, I've been teaching for so long, I've seen a lot of students from different regions, from different parts, different religions, different communities, social background. Ladakpas are amongst the most, adaptive, most quick learners that I have seen. Very hardworking. And I wish some of you, most of you, go back with that fish syndrome in mind, that you are not to be dependent on other people, that you are going to make Ladakh. There are so many avenues. I don't wish to get into so many of those other things. Vodka, if I was a Ladakpa, I make my own wine at home. I've been to France, I know a few things about wine and vodka and all those things. But I wish somebody here has that drive to take up the project of starting a vodka unit. I'll be the first one to buy a vodka made in Ladakh. I went to France in '86. It was my dream to start a wine unit. India did not have any wine making units at that time, but I've seen these Sole wines of Pune, Maharashtra. Some Indian companies, they are now worth millions, billions of dollars. People who started their wine making units about 10 years back, 20 years back, they are making billions and billions. I wish somebody would start such a unit in Ladakh. Coming to power sector, I have a slight difference of opinion. I really respect what all he said, but then I cannot leave this forum without expressing my opinion, which could be in disagreement. He said buy power, but then maybe he said it in a hurry, but I think Ladakh can definitely produce its own power rather than buying power from Punjab, Haryana or Himachal Pradesh. They are quite capable. Solar energy, hydro energy, it is quite viable in Ladakh. If there are any hiccups, any red tapeisms, any political reasons, I'm sure you all, brilliant boys, bright boys and girls, somebody can take up the matter at some higher level and we can pursue it so that you become not only self-sufficient, you become an exporter of power. Rather than buying power, I wish Ladakh exports power to the other regions. I'm absolutely sure this is, I can see certain things in the future, and I'm sure this is definitely a reality. One sector where Ladakh can really do well is the IT sector. You don't need much of an infrastructure. Brilliant minds, Silicon Valley in San Francisco, you don't need too many things by way of raw materials. And if there are people in your region who are willing to become IT engineers, software engineers, if Chandigarh, Mohali, IT city, Chandigarh can be IT hubs, why can't Ladakh be an IT hub? Why can't Ladakh have its own university? I've been wanting for years, it's so beautiful, it's so lovely to have you people coming here to Chandigarh, Delhi. You had a lot of color, you had a lot of different things to this education system. But I would love to see a day when Leh has its own university with you people as teachers, as productive teachers. I'll come to it later. With you people as productive teachers and people from other parts of not only India but from the world coming to Ladakh to join the university there, to learn from you as teachers. I would love to see that day. One or two other things, I'll cut it short, I'll cut out 3 further points. But one point to which I have a very strong objection. Teachers are not productive, and once you become a government servant, you are finished. Excuse me, sir. I strongly disagree with this statement. I gave up my American green card. I was 6th in the All India Army ranks. I did not join the army. Had I joined the army, I would have been a general by now. I had chances to join the industry. I chose to become a teacher. I wrote an article. My father was a teacher and I wanted to be a teacher. That was my dream. I did not want to be anything else except a teacher. And I'm a government servant and I know I'm not finished. No, somebody saying it will not finish me off. The point I'm trying to make is that I wrote an article once, a big article in a big paper, national paper. The starting line I'll share with you because that line was very, very motivating. I learned it from my father. 4 people, it actually happened with my father. 4 people were traveling in a train at one time. And one of them said, I'm an engineer, I'm very productive, I make things, I make engines, I make factories, I contribute to the GDP. Fine. Second person said, I'm a doctor, I cure people, I give life to people, I do this, I do that, I'm very productive. I'm adding a few things, you can understand. The third person said, I'm a politician, I make policies, I do this, I do that. And you know what the fourth person said? He said, I'm a teacher, I make all you people, for you to make all the other things. I strongly, firmly believe that a teacher is very productive. Many government service may be unproductive, but it is for you to be a productive government official. And I always try to be that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Small is beautiful, sir.
And I didn't say that, but I said in a context. You have to understand things in a context. I didn't say the teaching profession is bad. It's the best. But I'm saying teaching in Ladakh. Yes. Whom are you going to teach? There are no students. I'm told there are only Nepali students now, the laborers. I don't know. All the students are here. Whom do you want to teach? I mean, you see, all this education, teaching, all these things are very fine. We have brilliant people like Mr. Tharchin. I was in Leh last year. There was a Sardar boy who was a deputy commissioner. Now you produce 30,000 IAS officers and IPS officers. Where are you going to absorb them for Ladakh? Either you talk individuals. You, me, I, we must excel in life. But he has excelled. Yes. Yeah, but when you are talking about Ladakh, then you must talk in a certain framework. When you think Ladakh, not me or he or she or something like that. The point here is that the capacity of Ladakh to absorb teachers, they're only teaching, nothing else. That question I'm going to raise. It's not about teacher per se. Of course, all of us are students, all of us are teachers. You remain teacher throughout. Even I'm trying to teach something, whether somebody listens or not, that's a different issue. Point here is that when in talking in terms of overall development, is Government of India going to produce only teachers in Ladakh? Where are the absorption? How many schools do you want to open now? Every family must have a school then. There is a saturation point already. You can't absorb more than what you have. Even doctors are there, everywhere there are doctors now. There are no takers to those doctors. Forget about teachers. Anyway, the other aspect of that after they joined teaching, I said it in a political context and I don't want to elaborate in the sense that the moment you join government service, like teaching for example, it's basically it's a critical area. Society becomes far more less dynamic in the sense that you are not going to raise voice for any difficulties that you are facing. I can go, I work, but I have certain liberty to talk and write and speak. Can a teacher write and speak critically against the system? You can't. So when you have 60% of your educated people absorbed as teacher, working under the government of Jammu and Kashmir, can they raise some issues? Maybe they raise certain their technical, educational, departmental issues. The problem here is that today Ladakh requires far more dynamism, and people getting absorbed into all these things makes little. So anyway, that's a sensitive thing. Okay, let's not get into it. I'm not saying that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You won. Oh, it's all for their benefit, yeah. Okay.
I'll take 2 points only. One is that I really wish to express my thanks to the ambassador for his speech. It was actually in a certain context and a very valid point. I do understand the context, sir. I want to share an experience with you that when I was a student in college, university time, we used to have a lot of people from Bhutan, from Fiji Islands, from Seychelles, from Mauritius, from Malaysia, from Thailand. A lot of these countries, in fact, Punjab University campus was so full of foreigners there was a regular tournament which was more of an international tournament for football in the evenings. So all these people, there were at least 10, 12 different countries with their teams, and it was such colorful evening every day with all these tournaments. But where are all, do you see any Fijians now? People in the Punjab University campus? Do you see any people from Thailand or Seychelles or Mauritius? No, you don't. Yeah, the point, let me relate it to Ladakh that I was talking about. Those people used to come from all these countries. I had the fortune of meeting the Minister for Education from Mauritius, who was a student in GCM. I asked him, why don't we see any more people from these places now? He said, now we have our own universities. Malaysia at one time was so backward, they used to send people to Chandigarh to study. But now people from Chandigarh are going to Malaysia because Malaysia is little more developed. Please get my context, get my point. Ladakh today are coming to Chandigarh, Delhi to study. I would visualize a point in time where you put in efforts, you become good teachers, productive people, you set up your university in Ladakh, and people from Chandigarh go and study in Ladakh. That is what I visualize for you, and that is what I see is quite a definite possibility. So in that connection only I meant that, that is quite possible. In future it is indeed possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shanti. Yeah? Okay. So you are so composed, as I said, Shanti. Yeah? Now we got some innovative ideas to start new entrepreneurship in Ladakh, whether it's a vodka business or IT business in Ladakh. And I'm delighted to know that you learned some new nomenclature, yeah? Ladakh Spa, yeah? Ladakh Spa. But unfortunately, we have less of Ladakh Spa, more of Lepa and Kargilpa, Hachepa and Bodopa, Shanmapa and Stotapa. Yeah, that's true. Over the last 1 decade or more than a decade, we have been fragmented like anything, yeah? Every election is an opportunity which propels Ladakh for further fragmentation. But, and today we have less of Ladakh, more of Hachepa, Bodopa. Within Bodopa, we have Sarkopa, Dubdapa. Okay, yes, Saskiapa. Within Hachepa, Batipa. So papas, so many papas, yes. So many papas. But today I'm delighted to see. Okay, and one thing I really appreciate when Pitso came to my office with this idea to organize this seminar, I said Kargili students has to be there. And today I'm very thankful to students from Kargil, those who are here for this seminar. We appreciate. Yeah, we have to create a Ladakh. So it's you and only you. That's a big challenge for the 21st century.
Denzongpa used to call him only. Denzongpa.
Denzongpa. We are Ladakh.
I told Unsok Ladakhi, remove Ladakhi. Unsok Ladakh Spa.
Ladakh Spa. Ambassador, please put them pa. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to our three panelists for their outstanding energy, enthusiasm, and their deep insights on the issues and the way they responded to all the questions. With this, and we'll have a break for lunch. After lunch, we'll resume again. Okay, thank you so much.
Ladakh Lok Tuk Sospa Chandigarh Chok ne former ambassador ka Unsok Stobdan le Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development Director ka Stanzin Dawalya Deputy Accountant General IS ka Sevang Thachin le yang Phama Landias yang Mga Ladakh ka Lok Tuk Landias nga Sospe Chandigarh Lok Tuk Changme Chok ne ka Unsok Stobdan le Sing Tapana Thukje Chejuin ka Unsok Stobdan le Izam busy schedule yoden jigna dining Chandigarh lobjongza den yotkan lobtuk changma ika yuntan ika seminar salash kyo chespa ngal Ladakh lobtuk sospa Chandigarh chongde ning tapana tukje chekale yang ye sing tapana tukje chejuat Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development tangka standin dawale director ka standing dawale director le during seminar bo sponsor chua za chela ngaya changme chok de sing ta pana thuje che ka yang tena chokla ka chang thasil lang thuje che juat during seminar bo thangs bo chatna ka chang thasil le guide and support is just thing at it seminar bo thangs bo so Mr. Kushal Pal Singh la thukje che juin khoni hall bo ngaya free provide that te fe ngai thukje che sing ta thukje che yang ye take ka Dr. Sadiq Wahid shkuje in pin tene khon take dang ranga phone ka zuk jalta song ki kala emergency la shik bing tena Kashmir la cha bo duk zen china tene le kale mile molara yang stigma yang ngata seminar jik join zena pakash ko den molara tenia kale first ever annual student convocations a seminar on opportunity and challenges for Ladakh in 21st century if gomar ngai you just in first ever chief executive zana is thing ne ngai continuously nangmo session ne na yang continuous chena samarale khaspa on both thing atai ka yonta ne ka tosling chen something they first ko board then nangmo second third mo te chen something ngai te ngai nangmo ka zukuna continuous chen zete te first ko board yale tene testing ne Ladakh Student Association Chandigarh journey bo ngai chik durdushi na ngi jamona shaden ki 2014-15 session bo kaushing ne start so yang chun jing durdushi na shaden pura tangaya shad ngana mi cha juna ngai mangpoji yang zukshik du photographer met pa ya tukshi met pa ngai last mangpoji jos teo pin teo am chik pura da shad ngel magar ngi khaji photo ri gyot teo ngi kule ye jamona shaden yale you go to fast food you gomarang photo sessions na in pinale tezana ngaya panel member 25 po go dukste bagi sama gap punyot ka sama ngate LSA member in yale tene zuk pena photo session bo lojung na jokes langai photo session bo Punjab University song ten pinale tekana next Skushong Bagula Rimboche Tsanega annual sports meet ngai ngan ne Palestinian yang talong spin matang sportsong le tena pucha pu mamang project thus to pin te ngai kule shatene you 400 meter rally race muni pinale tena project khap thus pin tena football song basketball song volleyball cricket match rally race 100 meter 400 meter mun song ten pin tena pucha pomo ngiska thus te mane galana pu transpo song ten pinale tene you chronic ai no gale football tene LSA team ngala mizo ka bena song ten pin khon semi finals pa left ten pinale mizo ka sestele you runner up team ho gale football tene you finals desana yang se na 46 college final bo no gale sports is well you basketball yale basketball finals le pinale you pomo na mane sports na gel na tu yale pomo ne basketball finals le pinale you football LSA team in pin kana kon winner in pinale you basketball sana in pinale teo final le pomo ne next you ngata sukun jamu khachule na sketnan jigyale kana mamang project miri jik tongs mang pojias kitna zuk khapa metkan song khamang poji zuk flood na map zuk mang pod lok nuksan song te jana ngaya chandigarh thugu sangma voluntary last joste ngai kanika donation choste yale e hati sangme kana mi ngata na dus te kanika ngata voluntary last choste na I kambal wo changma Ladakh scout through ngai kalte pin yale Kashmir la tenanga ayot pin kambal ngapkya kambal ngapkya chu botol dunya yang sorry kambal dunya yale chu botol sumya tang gyana ngapchu kg khaji chala pun ngai kal pin yale Yute jana kanika song tengai ode pene collect jana ino yale tu samo yu yang zuk damo de skedna jung testing de candle march chos pene yale stusiga ene ode jana newspaper na yos no yale to no yale tio azuk kanika donation chokan tio Physics no ina on pura kalt miniale ina trapna Ene I vikas social welfare niya po collaborate choste ngai osam shik choste I sama kalten piniale te sana students sama loks dile Next You then again then match box next You Rinpoche, Tuksha Rinpoche Skundun 25 January ngate Chandigarh law hall in Askyote Pinale. Rinpoche Peps de Mungatan Sama Kalop Sarten Pin, then it is an executive Sama discussion to something Pin Tetsana Potunele. Next. You testing the young Rinpoche, regal Rinpoche Peps in Pinale. There's an regal Rinpoche Peps in Pinale. Teo Balba online Pinale. Next. Next. Oh, it's an Asian culture show. Naning de pala guzuk song ten pin. That's an participate shows an pinale. You losar ngata lojung na zogla losar ngate system biniale Punjab law hall na there's a guest ka MP ka Thupsan Sewang ka Dalda Namgyal MLA Nubra yang ka Ringchen Namgyal LBA youth wing a president jukte biniale There's a performance show on someone. Today, Jazang to Zang Monega, take Chonme Chok Yangai Inazwa, Aka Song the gathering to Choste Manerik Tona Dele. That's an Tampe Jonga, Yang Jazang Sergiat Namgamune, or that's an photo in Valley. Kudali Shelale, Nati Buddhist Gonpegale. tene testing ne yang ngai slide show jik chun jik jos de diale tene nge tenna na bonge changmala thuje che jo diale ki tene slide show ngi ja zik sa ja dale slide show.
Yeah. At the outset, let's give a big round of applause to Ladakh Student Association Chandigarh 23rd Executives. I'll move, yeah. Hello. Ambassador Peace Topton, Dr. Shanti, Nono Tharchin, my esteemed friend, Dr. Nemi, Nono Punsok, the President, Ladakh Student Association Chandigarh, and all the executives, and my dear young friends. I think this is a historic moment in the life of Ladakh Student Association Chandigarh, that you have come up with this first annual seminar on opportunities and challenges for Ladakh in the 21st century, and it clearly reflects your concern and your commitment for a better Ladakh, for a progressive Ladakh, for a peaceful Ladakh. So, to make it happen, I know all of you must be working so hard over the last month, yeah, and more precisely over the last couple of weeks. And Pinsok has been calling me constantly, Kali you masongba, Kali how masongba, you charukpa. So, I know this, on the one hand, this seminar is a significant achievement and a contribution. On the other hand, while working for the seminar, and it's a process. It's a process, you learn a lot. You develop your personality. Yeah. It's not only a one-time seminar on opportunities and challenges for Ladakh in the 21st century, but this is also an opportunity where you are preparing for yourself to deal with the challenges in a more effective way. When we talk about opportunities and challenges, there are plenty of opportunities as well as plenty of challenges, because every opportunity has got the challenges. You have to overcome the challenges to capitalize the opportunities. So opportunities could be creating employment opportunities in Ladakh, but challenges are we don't have infrastructure. The government sector job is shrinking, and over the last 5, 6, 7, 10 years, and the job sector in the government has significantly reduced. So that's an opportunity. So we can create new industries, new entrepreneurs, like we got some innovative ideas during the panel discussion, whether it's a vodka manufacturing unit, our IT sector, and similarly, there are opportunities to showcase our culture, our identity to the global world. But the challenges are, on the other hand, the global forces are coming to Ladakh, and so fast, and so in a very hostile way, and that also posing a tremendous threat to the sustainability of our own culture, language, and identity. So similarly, we have an opportunity to ensure sustainable development in Ladakh, but the challenges are, so over the last 3 decades, Ladakh dependency over outside economy has significantly increased. So today we are depending upon places like Punjab, Jammu, Delhi, Kanyakumari, from a matchstick to iPod. So you name it, we are depending upon the outside economy. So that's opportunities. On the one side, there is an opportunity to ensure that our women are equally participating in our local governance, local democratic setup. But the challenges are, if you look at the existing democratic setup of Ladakh Autonomous Self-Development Council, we hardly have 2, 3 women representatives, both in Leh as well as in Kargil. So there are so many opportunities and so many challenges. So if I keep on talking on all the opportunities and challenges, so it may end up in day or 2 days or 3 days or 1 week, yeah? So I will talk on one important, significant opportunity for this millennium and a significant challenge for this millennium. In the history of Ladakh, we have never seen such a large cohort of young people. In the history of Ladakh, we have not seen such a large cohort, such a large population of youth. And this is an opportunity as well as a challenge. Opportunity, so this large in number, their access to quality educations, they are not only educated, but they are educated with skill. But the challenges are, so if we look at the policies, programs, infrastructure in Ladakh, which are available for youth development, there's a huge gap. We don't have a Ladakh youth policy sort of. We don't have a clear vision where we want to see our young generation, those who are in 20s, in next 10 years, next 15 years, next 20 years. And we don't have evidence-based programs for the youth development. And if we look at the education system, our education systems are not responsive and effective to the needs of the students. So there's a big challenge. So how we can ensure that our young people are having a life by choice, not by chance. At the end of the day, it's not the buildings, it's not the bridges, it's not the roads, it's not the factories which is going to make or break a community or a region or a country. Ultimately, it's the people. So, one important thing, it's good that we can discuss about Article 370, we can discuss about so many other important issues. But if we really want to know, what are the opportunities and challenges for Ladakh in the 21st century, you need to ask yourself. Each of you need to ask yourself, what are the opportunities and challenges for you in the 21st century? At the end of the day, Ladakh is not something different, yeah? The sum total of all of us makes Ladakh. So each of us see an opportunity in the 21st century, and each of us are capable enough, have the wisdom, knowledge, techniques, strategies, tools to overcome the challenges in a more effective way. Then Ladakh will have a better future. So if you don't see a bright future for yourself, then the future of Ladakh in terms of development, in terms of agriculture, in terms of hydropower generations may be very bright. But if the young people don't see a future for themselves, where we are going to be in the 21st century? There are a number of countries in the world, and the countries which were very progressive, but somehow those countries, young people got trapped into some addictive substances. As a result of that, the whole community, which was the country which was known for progress and prosperity, turns into, Kashmir is one example. Kashmir, which we used to call mini Switzerland, the paradise on earth. The violence in Kashmir, the the paradise has been transformed into a valley of death. Now Punjab today, if you look at Punjab, Punjab used to be one of the most developed, one of the most progressive states in the country. But today, if you go to Punjab, the young people are directionless. The young people don't see any future because young people are addicted to drugs. So similarly, one way of, there could be a number of indicators to look at what type of future Ladakh is going to be in next 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. But one of the best way to look at what type of future we are going to have after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years is what type of future planning, investments, hard workings you are doing. Today, if you don't have a plan, that's an indication that Ladakh don't have a plan. Yeah? How many of you have a career plan? Honestly, tell me. Will you please raise your hand, those who have a career plan? Okay, this could be the true picture, yeah? Because, okay, nobody raised your hand, yeah? Not even a single. So that's a clear indication we are blindly doing something. We don't know where we are going to end up, yeah? Yes or no? Yeah? Many students, even in the university, I ask, what's your plan after your master program? What's your plan after your PhD program? They don't have any career goal. If you don't know where you want to go, then any road can take you there. Rangkara chachas into pata met na, then kalam jigit antara changian chizma. So since I closely work with young people, yeah, that's one of the reasons. Okay, I want to speak on this issue because you are the future. You are the opportunities you have. Are the opportunities for Ladakh. The challenges which you are going through are the challenges for Ladakh. So if you can exploit those opportunities, obviously Ladakh can have a better future. If you succumb to those opportunities, succumb to those challenges, then Ladakh will have a very pathetic future. Since being a Ladakhi and being a person who studied in places like Chandigarh, Delhi and other parts of India, I know the attitude of Ladakhis very well. Yeah? And one thing I'm pretty sure, and after working with young people in so many countries, I'm pretty confident that Ladakhis can do anything. Yeah? All of you have the capacity or the potential to fulfill if you have a dream. But one thing I really have a doubt is whether you will do it or not. Seriously, I doubt it. Kisha urmiyano urnyanches du zekar bu mane migna ni ka nga mane azurakhe. Ma kisha urana miur zerkan bu devka pura nga namstabra. Eh. Kisha chiton shi miyano ni mizer. Nga pura rewarak tu pura nyano. War chwana ni cho zekan veka pura nga dawta. So. Yeah. ये रसा चीज़ attitude के लिए इसका था बांचा ये चीज़ था attitude का last ने याद से शायद English में याद से क्या कहा याद से Ladakh में याद से so I'll speak in Ladakhi, yeah. So my English is not that good as compared to Ladakhi, so I'm forced to speak in Ladakhi. Okay, I'll speak in Ladakhi. Yakshik Shit, yeah, music, we put the legs on, we put the legs on stay, we cry, livelihood book, it's a bit the last novel, to put the legs on stay, it's a bit the last novel, the Nagi Chot. Then ko nam stan mo tuma chana ko te tutpusele chwa cha. Nam ke sel bo yang yoga deep cha chine yampo. Then ke chi chet kyak tutpusele china helium gas te nama chik puda. Nama chik puda china yampo. Then thakni aoni one tu la te nam ne tutpusele thwa china po. Tu gyang bang gyong se ke ne tutpusele yot kya. Yang ke sel bo ma chat kya. Then that's what the cycle bo to lindo. So for ke advertisement promotion is strategy you think. Yakshi go to stan moji ga yang ke to china po ke it's all ke gap ne to is going to chi code po thena ke. A jacket patana. 6,000 ne 2 chunji ke. So 6,000 ne 2 chunji ke tente 2 wetis ke. Sorry sir, yeah. So you can figure out from my body language. Yeah. Two chunjiga capte two chunbe tena capente disca ajangle tene tutput selin nakpujigan urunawa ziska. So ajangle tutput selin nakpujigan urunawa ziska. Enya tutput selin zonskan beziska tutput selin doika rak laste mano ziska. Ultimate tutput selin serpoyodo jankuyodo monpoyodo marpo yodo nakpo yodo teve karak laste mano but tutputsele nanko achiyo teve karak laste so tutputsele nanko ka gas pote helium gas po hala ma light gas no nama guda na so pasan enna chofda gatanguna atang las pain sanskar pain changtang pain government school asilten nga pomoin nga nyamshung company yevo rag lashes mano he. Devo rag lashes mano. Mar asli rag lashes mano nang kuwe, nang. Rang na te desire bo, te stops bo, te shooks bo, te noche mana, te dokpa bo. Chuche se teo yod naga to, ene dok nang tevo kazu gyod na. Rang remote do, yangatsa rompo do, noche mana. Yachish gyod na. Mar urche se kane, suang Organised. Lunch is thing needs a picture session was a gasponse in there. But I teach you in Zenavato. Kisha sweet samarak, kia rang leaders against Samarak. Leader chick, leader, yes, but it's some followers. Son, here's come lucky no while. Some followers to son. Leaders is hala. Kesi samara na winner jigin zikan. Rang, I am a winner. Si samara. Chem machna. Ata last call potu no ba. Hame kimse se lang do na. Lang. So pasal tenna yuna ta asada no ya kimse se lang ches kena. Si samara. Winner sun do samara. Winner chick. Winner is. Kya rang na raika. Some she kya rana raika believes chot. Rana raika. Some she believes chot. To la palo kan. Yo to ban chido be. Kachi te ochom. The single believes chot to chishe. Sa na rana raika believes chot. Hala. Kishe tiu si samara. Ngarang el sundrus josti nge ngarang via opportunities create chunyana no si samara. So, alapa ma chalabi. Najine sagari hoste ki alapa. Ta chichun. Zaris thing ne sapishik nidyon chinya. Nye one zechine yapu you banchina punye exercise for Justin so. Nye one zechina po sangma inne ka dukste. I am a leader. Next slide. I am a successful. I am a winner. Successful is a bit. I live. That's a player which is a bit. I need for success today. Hana. Goma one says now two second of stay. Some may share that I am successful. I am successful. Two says now I believe. Yo last session no hey. Exactly. Rajmata means also that. Rajmata best. Two example. Last day, Sama Jansi no. Such no. I believe. Such no. Three example. Sama Jansi ka which is no. Such no. I create. Such no. I create. Four example. Sangme china chiga lapa dances no. Ya lapa lama dances no. Ya sangme dances no. Such no. I am a leader. So, how about one's in a yoga to stay, two's in a katoa, three's in a you, four's in a you. Are you ready? Yes, sir. 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 One. Yeah. It's one of problems. Who's the successful job? So, this is another show. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, wait once again. Yeah, I request everybody to please cooperate with us. Yeah, okay. Young participant. Ready? Ready? Yes, sir. Ready? Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. You topic need such just here. Need such just here. Okay, I will can you the next slide. What topic should you career planning? Career planning tama. Hala. Ya mampu ya do mampu jika college is career bo +1 +2 ni awak career bo sa padang chale. उसमें खास कर मेडिकल नॉन मेडिकल योजना था +1 में बुलाता कौन सा स्टार्ट हुआ सा तेरे कॉलेज का योजना यहाँ सब हो रही है नो अच्छी चीज़ है करो यूनिवर्सिटी ना काल नहीं बोला 30 बोला तो शिक प्रेशर रख सकते हो मेरा हम यूनिवर्सिटी योजना दे सुपर यूनिवर्सिटी है कम सब हो रही है नो फर्स्ट ईयर में ना सब मुन्मान जी सोचे तंगम सोचे सब प्लीज ना सेकंड ईयर में ना लेवन जितने पता चला तांची सोचे वाज़ करो तो तेरे टीए ना तांगी चीज़ सोचे so pasal mang cha kata tu ni chi yong tu zena gato career planning shows the young unyuk tas te chal so na last la tu yong chen lo gun la is ane kata ayo asuk chona shikar chona hunting a cha zane mane a polonji ka chu post yong chen lo yong so polonji ka chu post yong pa ridak chi chi chena te ridak bu sama te kan te shi chen lo yong so gyam ne sama so pasal tena so kata last for ng teachers na leni on the way tundu hinso angchu yung ngawang saka parang saka school teaching asilte kya I kaya ono tundu nang ngawang Chandigarh la chansu pat saka healing staff de company na travel knowledge gyon bika ya so au charu ko charu palan charu jago charu gemo charu pasal I kaya ono police 직직이나 상계미에는 직잖아. 나 직직이 상매상 지노 다 걸리고. 상매상 두고 상매상 두고 걸리고 좀 봐. 나 khoa choba dang jese 비나 나 차로 봐. 서. 소파 걸리에상 직직이나 서 이쪽 케이스 망부 있대. 가지기나 있도. 이쪽 가지기나 있도. 니 샷 마샷 그래서 받아 선스야 상도. 송 파사 Ini te kanisting ni kon nang chichiga dengan orang sampai. Ini Chandigarh layons, Delhi layons, Jammu so kalau chana he. Ini sama na yang pu James te tuan orang kon. Mata te yang miri toda trons na yang tourist kena James amina. Kon kani maza he, kon kani makan lagi so. Te na sosta mata last pa una, jamau na pu James te tu saya. Chandigarh so Delhi so skune jaga on la yons te yang tu na yang po James te duk na gato kya non zago nyemo tsena tsangka duk na gato kya yang lobjong so mek chi thobe ni zaka lobjong so ma te sare duk chano manna chi chano classroom ni khata yo yang canteen na prang samka chano canteen ni belong prang samka so te ho youth na gato tene ki overall personality development na chi changes ki on Nam supa yang migu nampo tuk matukna, kongu nampo interaction show machuna, kone kolla shes mashesna, kije kolla shat mashatna, kone gyala chi dukte un nen manenna, kije gyala chi dukte un kolla tang matana, Tene kijena yang dus na nyampo gyujal de mochi level. Tene chino law semester ne graduation degree kurte jana bhai. Na Hindi माध्यमिक चुस्ते तांग्या ना ना इंग्लिश माध्यमिक चुस्ते तांग्या ना यो छ भने त्यो छात्र छात्री तांगन चुस्ते लडास पाउँछ दा स यसो के छ र छ ani thong यो छ त्यो सम्पत तांपोता ngata ठुगुला career goals gyamendo akan ye chi chochen zakan munyuk taste dulches mane hala ta career planning exam sikharcha ni go career planning met daga to Lasa no pa last la ngata ma migul jik borte ngata last ipia charjik mal demek med na tena ngata nang yang pus tunkan jik ngata nang pu jeskan jik ngata thatkan jik ngata babskan jik te so ngata last jang yang chizin mano ta last school la isam spera chenmo ta no Ladakh school la chi chu goes cause of development goes samne kumara na artist na development chi was Rana level ka teachers. Ra goal chiyo. Ra objectives chiyo. Ra career goals chiyo na met. Iso dasa kya long za chino pu chik chiya manas ho sakta in anam tu ni sum ji ji ke yo do career goal chi. Ma written career goal ye samena pas kon mo ji ven met. This day. Talo chi chochen namo chi chochen nampala chi chochen. Dasa nija sangmala चाहे चंडीगढ़ ला तो चाहे दिल्ली ला तो कर यो ना त्यो थोंगोस काउन ग्रेजुएशन फर्स्ट ईयर ने यो ना तो लो सुमिस्टिंग ने गांगाना करो थोंगोस अब यूनिवर्सिटी ना फर्स्ट ईयर ना तो थोंगोस लो गीसिस्टिंग ने या लो सुमिस्टिंग ने गांगाना करो थोंगोस kaltes त्यो salpik थों में ना तो तेना तुस माता मोश त्यो salpo थोंग चोश नम जिमजिम थोंगस तु samshik zimzim थों samshik मुंडी थों तो Ini buat toktil bingce se chance ma. Yang sebab. So pasal, tebe dia career planning ma kasa. Kata career planning saja ciri kya saja nampak. So macam rocket science mana hai. Gom antara tio shizos, who am I? Mas suin, mas tanzin dawain, macam kuman bahe. So pasal, who am I? Dia sanggup buat cacis. What are my interests, skills, values, and personality styles? Ngachil demonstrana. Macam ngachil demonstrana. Mana? Cikcik tiwa teachers mal demonstrado, cikcik teachers mal demonstrado, cikcik somches mal demonstrado. Macam cikcik yang itu management last demonstrado, cikcik administrative last demonstrado. Semua cikcik samlo dang cese last demonstrado, cikcik yang leadership last demonstrado. So pasang gomata rang shares bosses no shares na ngachi no sapik shik sambada ya nijagun skills ane world population was 6 billion something ju kya ko bine nasa ta 7 billion to something bine ah to gus ko lagche te hong ya chalo ko ke mina that there's some 6 billion songs the population songs the tenang kya yongs tera ko vera extend beka iska mala tisu glass shi gyot kya pakao khija yanchis ya yang is 6 billions po yanchis met yang yan nam tem de me yanchis met samlai ta vera song pasa then step 2 bo then company is no what do I want. What are my options? Chi was kina. Yang yela, te washe se via taps chi chiridu. Lam chi chiridu. Tegu. Yomasa. Sumpavo, how do I get there? What am I willing to do? Nga aru kazu lepchesano. Tangilambo yes tastia. Tangilambo kazu start chesano ya tes nilam chupanga kazu lep chesano yara tene jipavo what is my plan to get my goal tene te supa lep chesipia ye kazu charji jiga ye kazu taldik siga ye laga chi yo chi me kazu mi bone ga rocks chugen kazu mi bone ka rocks nengos that's all it's all step jibo ka sambatang goshes ma khaso
career planning choices for kaspo sorchenia. Ayo jane. Choose ani pa kaspo sorchet. Kaspo sornang chos. Yera. Yang kaspo sorchet yang sorchet. Chun dusti ba dis the verses the one. Dis the verses career plan choice. Abhinav next. Abhinav. Oh, sunai Abhinav next. Aina chodo. Rajiji. Diwali choso. What do I like? What skill do I like to use? How do I get experience? What kind of person am I? What is important to me in my work? So pasang ta inara interest nang, ra values nang, ra likings nang, ra aspirations nang. Yeso sambagun ra clear yo dabatu. Manna chino. Thore ra tisuk lashik choshi chize no. Kala spina mitse gampo dukhi atma chus dur la. Inna dukhi atma kuti khambayo. Mitse phet po ngata te jaga budano ka jaga ngata sepi de las na ngata las sho. Ya te las po ngata nas tunkanjik ngata thatkanjik sema thatkanjik ngata skip po yongchesi ngata lashi macho na gato. Ene cha maso bosa. Asa mang cha kia sangma jikspa kya las po thobe ne mito be. Ra na dombozu. Ah, dombozu university guni ma she no se ra. Chiles. I know. So mancha tio no way. Tangka school gune tang tio samado. Yeto yuchun ngata auchun samshik dunla yonche temshi patachen yonchun na chu zan dunla yonchen. Teno patachen chacho. Chisana logic rang gorna gato rang sangan la lako student diyo no way. Logic rang gorna. Logic tingwa chun basa sibit kya. Rang logic gorna gato rang sangan la lako student being certain. Rang plus 2 na logic gorna lako student being certain. Graduation na rang logic na lako student being certain. Stigma ta yang competition ma dang bospa. Samshimera. Daksa nganang daksa nono yochumena. Long issue chagan itu sukinang ponga bang tongsan kantan. Goma tangyang tangchero. Banchi dukchong ma tangyan chibara ba jaseno. Chira ma stamina yot metno pa. It's about training and just man. And that's what round touches and hey. Round go at and put it to my push zoos and Vincent. Olympigina, cow fast yacht, cow gold medal thabat, cow silver medal thabat, cow bronze thabat. Come in. That's what that's. Halak some show the boss game. Nanosecond, my second is a second just get ahead. So, nanosecond. My rewards for some ship proximate. The peak she nanosecond is teaching Anna Lepkan, but your gold tano. So actually, gold to can but your silver. There's a tippy she got that can but there's a tippy she got that can jump on it. Well, then not so much life in a good sense again. You nala sheste dubna, she's a magala. That's a peach, she's extra managers. Give a reverse for Matma. It's a peach, young one Judson, it's a peach marches. Suppose they revert for some as a mouth of away. Someone done it, some is a new to it. Well, some person career is called that, I is of Shita. I mean, next time was it. Some system. That attitude, Yamala, Dachi, Gijagun, Urina Mu, they can have Namstock money. That's what Urinian and Mians can make Namstock money. Gijagun Mitsina, Tarkil, China Micha, they can look at Namstock money. And Tarkil chances we can get some Ruschun and Micho, they can look at poor Namstock. So, you run on this, run on those. Yosemana, dang good sarkane after chick penang need some shit to lose just maranai. Honestly, sincerely. Mama, yes, that life in a means the hats of a some she get training dance, the miso so putu. Kawune perform chawit, Kawun successful met. Don't on account met. They won't cheat me 9 years young. Gometebo, Kawuna shesabet. Last churches for Shesam. Stingme tebo kabo chongin met. Mera kabo chongin met. Gome tebo kawa ra lobjong tong training tong yontan tong gergan nanyam pobol ko exposure tong ko choste sanchez no ko coaching tong ko choste sanchez no. Stingme twa nge chua met zekan beka ko chi gyala dana ko tem panchima no. Kengala takcha te tuste no. 요즘에 직선 이원이 아와 차라차 요즘에 나게 조치진 만지kan no. 요즘 sompa daksak nijaguni ikaskot yotkan ye samya kyosum a ka category bina inda khala zekan rana tiwa tichus lobju bia changmesa gapchan chichigno rana ra tiwa chuchse rana ra chamchig mo chuste tiwa chungen te tiwa bina lan sale emshina pada chesu ran chi nyanchesu yamchi kyutchesu chi kyutches berok zekan so then audio attitude issue. But attitude la last cheese in the stawa. Stawa is cheese. Stawa is attitude pahagoma attitude issue. Next, Abhinav. Okay, next. Okay, that chick chi on senata. Last in a zumo chick chi on senata, last one. Chick come more top of the hazen, some more top of the hazen. So, one is some mata. Chick come more to hay, Mazu do hazen, young some metals. Rang level like a samlo dance the star, no Yalana chino, Yalana to Sampocho state piano. Yontan Yotkan Jigimi, his tax put Denavoino, Okona Samlo Colano, Okona Tiwatiano, Hitiwa like a Lansalano, who young cheese to Teuka, Denches, the Hitches, the Goteuka Dugametu, Okona Sala. Devena, Mata Mitset some shit, Yamata. Raksa in a some chun bunny some long issue, long issues on Chunidaso. Long issues on Chunsuda, better. Long issue that Sagata in a some Chunbuza. Long issue in a Yotna. Young Cheshan a Lord Gatuna, Lord Gatubena, Matan Saman on the shade, so many Kagistina. Young Cheshan, Lord Gatubena. That's like how you shoot your Gatsona. Or Gatsona. Gatsona is so cheaper. Sompa a imitse chunbena, tenangino, Natang Nam ticket to Gata to Vinzakamata. Mana Ewa Sangmesan Kakshan Kieno, some shik dus Tobato, Tevena, Zampugun status, Zampugun Yanches, Samlo Zampugun Korchuches. Here, change focus, look for the positive. That's a chino. Rang unpick salad na, unpick topches. Zampik salad na, zampik topches. Chick na yampu zawut salad na, rang zawut yamo topches. Chick na kon kurte salad na, ko dushman versus. Yontan salad na, yontan topches. Chotpa zampo salad na, chotpa zampo topches. Chotpa nganpa salad na, chotpa nganpa topches. If focus for Gumata, attitude putik juices for Mahazan. Now focus for. As you magnifying glass in Nada. Magnifying glass la, Hata Nima Yong Chana, imagine the magnifying glass seka, pura point dikate, Nata, Nime Zer Bukmachina Yampo, a chinmis and chimo metula. To the two. And not so Mati life on an away. Mati life po, Nata point chikal, the mochus, Nata focus chungana. Chi Mata Chunches. Chi someone Mata Chuns at 2 Chica, Chichio Chumian. Mera. Those are just thing nothing. Make a habit of doing it now. So, young Chi Lashik, Zampuji, Galajik, Samlo Zampigato, Chaji Zampigato, Torepia, Nazepia, the stigma. Half tapia, stigmal depia, stigmal loipia, that's all be watches. some took Yana, Tegonica, Lackland, Gospels and Gospels. Jipata, Torite San Lea Junior, my Torite Chief was the Gallic Judges. They will postpone money choices. They will young next page Kachami choices. They will next days, next week, next month, next year Kachami choices. Develop an attitude of gratitude. You choose it on that. Daksat Supa Nijawun Chandigarh lives the Lobjong Choste, Kachi government school assisted to, Kachi private assisted to, Kachi Gullier to, Kachi Lenin. So, but Hishawun Ika lectures if you me Mamma Pujigi Roxos Kappa. Mamma Pujin Nasbardon Yostino. So, Pasal Tate Sama Jet Mijetis. Chai Girganji do, Chai Pamegi do, Chai Zanza, Honimegi do, Chai Yentu Pig do, Chai Kim Sesh you do. So, Amata Balang Bumushik Nam Mijina Tena Paragino. Ata Tevun Janmaji Kao. Atipia Josted, Sundushi Josted, Kone Sanasaki Kutu, Nax Bardek Nyostiot, Rampia Matok ne Lanstil, Rampia Tamo Tomena Sonstil. They will like jet midgets. You care, so speak enjoy. They so speak Buika Lasho, Bunica. So, they so speak some Penemampot. Kāds उसका टू निकाला शोध, kāds उसका खामले का लाशोध, kāds उसका एजुकेशन का लाशोध, ते उन्हें सब पेने मां वो तो बुई सोचता है। पेने में टीस पर वो चीनो बुई सोचता है इसे मैं यार बुई मनी इसे बाहर बुई सब इम्पोर्टेंस नाम चीनो बुई इसे लाभ चीज जो नॉक्स पर मियोने पेने कौन इसे सो बुई लाभ चोस्ते मानो चीज़ इस पर टू हेड चोस्ते नॉक्स ये बुई लाभ चोस्ते नॉक्स ऐसे यो चुमना Tuune, Koramune Tuune, Kona Pamaguna Chimochachina Posta, yeah. Then Pamagune Kona Penny Tamshik no Gunor Chibudu, Tebo, Yora Santa Bumatan, said the Kone, Yochum and Yachus the Dark. So, Teo Matian last that they will charges do, said that. The Mochus, the Gata was shit, but the Chimochum Nagata Kazui, says Digna Lam Luxury. They will choose the scopes the work they got a Kazuchus. As a last time, opportunities to Chigino, Mata, she's 16 Yokan and Lamlushon Muntro, Mata, Lenny Chungus Manoscan. Then I got a Lamlushon Chigino, Laman Churchan, Abaman Pladan. Yochona, two go to intensity. Abama, Tantas for the most. Yochona, Namas of that Namas about the stick down. Natan Sosobin, Gomatona, no as a spy answer. So, Passan. This of Lam Luxon, Namkon, Rasti, Wusti, Nati, Wisdom, Yodatinako, Koramon Kawi and a door, but the Tarik Chakwi, two of the 2 many countries, Zara Summit. To pick out, I'm telling about Junju Jetin of Abitik do was. Maybe take those. Jatan, you know, I think my shit. Didn't maybe my shit. This is shit. Nam Kola was dumb, Nam Mata was dumb, Yozane, Nam Chun Yozane. Then I mean, we could do scap, but all the watches could do scap. Here, thing jet washes will say that. Last pound, Marang Ratio, but a king just budget, last pound. Honestly, it's opposite. Tinmit. Rachitos, Rama, personal life in a stos. Kavara, Gala Chusted, Kavara, Lamstantud. They were tingy doing it for some. But the expectations for them from a chunk were reality check to some. So, but also, me mampo to way. Nothing you are out just Mishes and Gap, me thousand Gap, long Chulamino. You chunam also possible, Massa. Was done just a campa time for a Jugachina, Tendela Patas, the Jimba to do la to Tessam Saposula. They never tell them, Kachu by Zut support them. Next. Okay. Get into a continuous education process. Tagata chi do zachanapo. Mangcha gomata lobjong puti pechuru. Sepi the last day of Jessica. So, then there are interest you also malopa. Sepi the last is one of the objectives. But that should not be your only objective. So, Sangata Sila Chinapo, cannot GPS Sila Duazano. To good tense of ship don't say the husband. One of us just fit was a TPS Sila does again. Pata made was a film of GPS Sila does not go my answer, Pata made was a film. A catching is a banking PSila, a civil CPSila, no so UGC PSila. That's of answer catching when we carry. Mount Pata made what teach you in the Gambo. They answer. Then I am job for top state, Mata take a pura and like just full stop down. Silche Mantane Palamas Gambo. You know, so for meeting now, same changing not in no paragon away. Atang Lobjong Chosting, Ata Stavena, Samlena, Chotpena, Tesamina, Yuja Kloste, Mitsena Ata, Atana Mitse, Atana Kampe Mitse, Atara Chitsos Mitse, Atama, Yuja the Wokumians. You Asachut Yak Mangchavo Ata Tugunechistan government jobs in top Nazi. You know, Taposhan. Ah, Zapik the Zero can section parts. Manos and another distant in your head. Mang China government job. That's what a chai civil sina do, chai teaching line in do, chai teaching. A government job, union song. You also that the union songs away. Low pay and low union songs. That's a government of mask and janet, a pension bank bunches. You watch only that government a monk check contract basis can do. I also put private sector youth with ya. Asli Natachi washes in Chisdus and the last Natachi was in Chidu. Natan job seeker man, Q generation be a culture teaching, you know. Job seeker man, job creators, job providers. That's what you was. Like, Kala Chitsoshi Yodo, they me Sama, Juno Sama, Gomen Lasika, Dux de Paljoli Yargastuans and Nagato, Chitsos Yargastuans and Chitsos Salvation of the Japtoshi and away. But Paljoli Yargas and much more Roshing in Chismono. Nam Ture Rai Chai vodka factory Dando, Chai IT factory Dando. Yeah, construction in associates business start to do. There is an issue. Run young me mount project sepi the last night after no. Asti have Chambodu say that here Kawun Yanchesut, they will Sundus show was no. He ran a Rai Campeka last day, young dates of like he ran joke when he gave the Dulamedo, joke Tankanji you do. Young Mama project sepi the last time. Rate experimento. Na it's a story mama pot. Yet Zawi got cow IMS Bangalore na. Ke ame lameka. No suna. Stilika lameka. Chanang Italy tsonk. Ko school a chazane lo sum tenna uniform bos konte tans to ko. Kunzane. Tenna uniform bos konte ta china nyampo. The uniform was tempo dance, then they can Semlan dance, young China, but uniform Ras or does it. Uniform of Gonachinampo, even Isu, young China, Chimojo, that's been taught. Is there even caps the Kuzu do things, school associate. Silvo could the mochas associate. I am Sinaporean, I am Bangalore, Indian #1 institute of management. I am Bangalore in a dente Keto Shosta. Not job me chosen. I'm not a company staff. Quick company chooses for young case 7K money, lakh nang, crowd nang, millions nang, some she investors can watch us. Don't miss nang your post start just the best. Don't miss nang. Don't miss nang your post Kurang a university hostel lake start just. Young companies office mama pujega enjoy the fast food dances. Kachi can a sandwich costo, Kachi can a chips costo, Yochama Tazo, then the chips the uncle chips kun yospa, Jaspa, Deus chips who Kachi in a dance. And that's what sandwich dance, but sandwich sang this dance. Tisubu Quechos to Dachi Chicken up was 70,000 song. 70,000. Then recently going out seminar Jibot, Chennai. Kill with that song can business poses pala. Asa kid Luina profit put 10 crore chodai. 10 crore. So 10 crore. Yang tung nis thalji music ko na last year. Tung nis thalji. And not some Punjab University near student jet. That's a Singapore last year. It's a story, mama. Is your life in a run if you are not in developing? You know, not even a Namstock money mera. He said, that's correct, like a children of Yanos. A Namstock man theora is a children. So, you want and it's sixth one. Sixth one, stay away from the negative influences. Salah. You're the analysis. You the church of the Gelcha. You cover just that. But get you about Nam career goals just the Yodo. There is an equatio Shazosano, Nakam Nigunam Pudu, Gosok, Yankam Nigunam Puduk Miosos. Ram take time make a Galabin and Pudukna, feed up a goal achieve you. Coming up Kahria Dugus. She's an arrived Zavos Suduk Chikuman, they can around Pech and Jamaway. Zavos Su Minoxican. Ram Sunan Yampu Yemoduk Chikuman, Yasunan Yamput Takria Dustus. As this round takes of me when Yampu Yemoduk, the Zavoduk, the China Chela to comes to do it. I will never Nilam or start to Chesapeake, Raj of Stockchurch, anything, Mother watches no say that. Next. Enough. Next. I'm big Zetin, I'm big new message. Context with your Charaki, the opportunities and challenges for Ladakh. Not enough. There is some Shenmo Chichiko, they were told. That's a Kija, we need opportunities. Ladakh's the Isam Tagriga Yon State. Some may some cave and each of Jagamunikachi opportunities conducted will the most to exploit churches. Aki Yonchish and Tuspena, Chi challenges Chun Chenmo Chi Unyon, they will demonstrate you sell yen in second. I mean, video Jixstan. The video was those. The video as the Ramara Diva Theojus, positive videos as the Dukan workshop attend just the Gala. On workshop attend just the 2 in the section, you can have repetitions or to do a mountain repetitions or to do some. But repetition with you, okay, Ivo, Ganits or Man Pagata Yanches, Barbar Yanches, this Veronica Barbar Yanti Barbar Tunica Latenchus questions. Spera tongue some sort of humano, Spetis Peracara tongue some Latenchus pen, then you can run a few judges. Avinav, can you play the video, please? Samsung, this was it. Right, 5 set products. Super gear 5 set. Zyada jara mein. Ye stop karta hu. I'll show this video, okay, then we.
Almost ready.
But I'm very thankful that I have my little chicken drumstick here. People freak out when they see me for the first time. It's so cool. I was at a water slide all by myself. Everyone obviously at the bottom of the slide is looking up and waiting for other people to come down. Here I come and they're freaking out. They're like, you know, like this. And I'm so tempted to look at myself and go, what happened? You know? There were times where I sort of looked at my life and thinking, well, I can't do this and I can't do that. And you keep on concentrating on the things that you wish you had or the things that you wish you didn't have. And you sort of forget what you do have. And there's no point, I believe, in my life where I wish I had arms, legs, I wish I had arms, legs, I wish I had arms, legs, because wishing won't help. But what I've seen in life are just a couple of key principles. And the first thing that I've seen is to be thankful. It's hard to be thankful, man. I tell you, when I was 8 years old, I sort of summed up my life and thought, I'm never going to get married. I'm not going to have a job. I'm not going to have a life of purpose. What kind of a husband am I going to be if I can't even hold my wife's hand? It's a lie to think that you're not good enough. It's a lie to think that you're not worth anything. It's freezing, I can't feel my hands. I love life. You know, so many people come and say, how come you smile so much? And I'm like, well, it's a long story. But it's very simple at the same time. You see, it's very hard to smile sometimes in life. There are things that happen that you don't know and you don't understand, and you don't know if you're going to get through it. You know, you go through your storms in life and you don't know how long the storm's going to be. And today I want to share with you some principles that I've learned in my life that you can use in yours. Being patient is beautiful. I tell you, it's the hardest thing. But I realize I may not have hands to hold my wife's hand, but when the time comes, I'll be able to hold her heart. I don't need hands to hold her heart. You know, it is scary to know how many girls have eating disorders. It is scary to know how many people are just angry at life because of their situation at home and angry at others. It's scary to know how many people actually feel like they're worth nothing. Every single girl right here, right now, I want you to know that you are beautiful. You are gorgeous just the way you are. And you boys, you're the man. On this DVD, I share my experiences in life of how I've overcome challenges and seen a new, fresh perspective in life. To be thankful, to dream big, and to never give up. I speak to children, youth, and adults about key issues and principles that I've applied in my life that has given me the strength to conquer all that comes before me.
Thank you. Hello. Okay. Last. Ngatan choose case ane, kyo sama case ane, kyo family meguni masakta celebrate choose kya pa. Aja no jor, no more jor, yo chama na. Kimse school la badai naska. Mat case ane, chaps case ane, kyo muskia pa. Tu chun go mina chaps case ne. Go mina. Mat sangme ski pujo kya pa. Sangme chigna chiga kimse school nyentum po zawo zamo samosta chigna chigo barik tas. Mata in mitse ho kasu puden che kan nije la. ताकि थोड़े नातंग होने के लिए चाह जाने निजाई दुनिया ने चाह जाने संगमा मुर्दो बात निरा ने जल्दों में क्या बात ज़ूम चस्ते यहाँ से बना माँ contentment satisfaction ते वाज पुनापो माँ थापो सिम थापो जिनास की तो जिनापो चाटो बात संपूर्ण गांपो मुर्दो इजुक मी गैलाजिक इजुक मी spaumogic यहाँ से बना कावे लामस्तान कावे गाया रोस्टोस कावे गाया सरका मेटकांचोस तेज़ो music गाय जिक्स्टेन ने सोंग हाला ज़िकन तेजो시 조ches 미조ches 본 이질랑내라 망아 된나래와라 이자군 요체세네 두스페나 얘나 감페미피아 자부자미피아 닌tum페피아 라다스 감푸 잠불링 감페피아 얘네 템베나 스파우스 파모지 규린 가위자스테 가탄 수지게토 키에 파메게토 야 마자 수지게토 로상 스타세 잠불링 카사마나포 스punpa나 spunpa렉스테토 이나나 ям포 부제 체준 사마나 부제 Sorry, hey man.
Thank you, Kale.
Which had just some pasangna in lecture for topic remote just binane. Daksa khone ka topic gospa chose darana yapo. Lecture ko mata is gospa ke just solution. Aspera ma ko khon molkan pont na sosok Baki daksa ga nginta sheet chik. Tamste noya. Sirip nginta nyan jux. Ci sama dan nega diste kaya lagi tai sip namjok pan ma jaya juk sadanya minute chunga dane po tapi chigas dasa sambat asin gazo search with kanbo goma ngata hai spera ma project dasa ka post tooks ki ngatan iga Ladakh how ke Ladakh is mana like Ladakhi mother zerkan Ladakh zerkan sano Ladakh spamoni kazu ngata hai competition face chenda nahi po Marik Ladakh spawnis kazua competition face in Ladakh spawn check gorte no compete jo mana no ko basamarik ngata ai academic sina gala chache sipya chirik chende kan tanwal academic sina gala chana ene chi sama ada competition jindo chi nang kaspa dan face chung chana serpo bangpo discussion jo tanangan mangpotyo zespintyo interesting spera jingana sorara Ladakh pangata mangcha yul muna yung kan mun ngata background po industrial revolution yung kan basas ngani background po gawana ngata education academic system mana metka ngata agriculture nang animal husbandry chen dukhan ni minole tenna awas choska tenna te tourist choska tenna te tourist choska tenna te tourist Choste log ma mampo jikte na wana choste no abas tuga ab seman wale industrial revolution dekhan jana yam 25 samaj choste aska teo 13th 14th century na ayo ska yang chis sunda yang jagan mulla teo yung susting na education knowledge dekhani buchik chi aska mas kale research dekhani buchik chi aska Tewe kana mama project film po academics man pe base chana nyam po ngatan Ladakh pamulate industrial revolution change po jote yam seno Ladakh la ta gao 13th century na ayos 14th century na ayos Teo ngata century mangpoji na adapt chosta pati jaamna manole khuna adapt choches la century khachi gorkya ngata jano ekdam adapt chos import chosta kya ngadiga tine tu kule ngata te import chona nya ngata ekdam adapt cho man kya khoma lo sumgya jugya thok ngata diring ta khenta khichia bas chi cho jane bo farming charges pa man keraming se education in our the teacher the nebo you see sociology agriculture falana sil this pa ngata yang somaji na lam somaji ka tang sa no te na adapt churches la mama po gorte no gor pa chia gorte no na khol lo plan chi na adapt chos kak sumya jigya jina ngata lo chikni sina men achar na adapt chos darta te ya ngata Yuchi man somajik chalak somajik education derkan academic derkan chalak somajik do in bokharang chin po pata masa yang naiwa malap kanjik sonse lose kanjik choksing na simi educated sokshan lose te no amo chokpan ngata farming nang yang podun ngata agriculture chundena tewa mingan Yung chokpan tene ekdam academics pon chozerna tewa mian kanji karan met khani no jamana yang nawa malap kan taksama ta student college chokhan jindo university chokhan jindo ya high school chokhan jindo pasta charu gala number an khodu inna lop se chiduk ta nge po ngada academics chokna chida chale simi educated chokshi malusana pasta song number ankos nakalan chos in actual looks amalops academic songs among atina actual understanding of some still the nepo che ms silkhan jindo yes chupena silkhan to jindo ekdam ngata phetera chupena masa mano adakan toksi tateu che no la nepo daksa ngata serpo ma pe ju zendo no Ladakh la school zero result kanjik te samwa chelo adapt taksarang chodan ne pot to charbas ba next Then 80% fail chana yambo. Ngatang fail soste mano. System bo ngatang fail just no kan dosto. Next. Bas kazo stayu ni spirit khaten jikini ale. Ta daksa mata sangma zer dupale. Kasuga pasho tene de jana. Tiri kasuga nata system khaspa girin. Kasuga nata tappo girin jere. Question kyan wal. Sirpo mapo yuntan na academics na gala chache sipya chir goset ne po. Kachi jano school gala jina. Chagos college gala jik thopul mata. Tene education thawano. Chikchi jano college bal chodo abama system gala yodna. Tene temi mana takpo educated YouTube dekhan jik. Tene yang kachi jano I sama board mana. Kena college takpon bodo metkap abama silkan khaspa takpon incha zaruri mano teni chi zaruri no dana asil pu chi zaruri no dana ale hard work zaruri no dana mana o espera tantan la inkan dongat gazuk sia agal alama sarpo ma pongas teo zercha singer sonrushwa ata conditions are about 3 types of conditions. Chi yong na chi duba no the kind of so. Nada jala silkhan abama yong chesang zaruri no. Manwale school gallery silchesang yes school gallery yong chespon zaruri no. Nyampo kalten nada Bombay sokshik Delhi sokshik city gallery gina yot pinna teon gala chachesno. मगर सम्मा संखचन को मेरा ले यंग चिक कंडीशन जो क्या है ना यंग नेक्स्ट कुछ होंगे ना चिक मेथ में जो नेसेसरी कंडीशन यू मेथ ना तमाना ठीक है मानो जरखान दो चिक नो सफिशिएंट कंडीशन इतना योजना यंग चांग को सामान हो जरखान दो चिक नो सपोर्टिंग कंडीशंस ये योजना क्या लाशान हो जरखान दो मानो ये योजना क्या लाशान मार जरूरी मेथ में जो क्वेश्चन आ ना सफिशिएंट कंडीशन चलो आ ना सपोर्टिंग कंडीशंस बिना मेथ में जो क्वेश्चन आ ना सपोर्टिंग कंडीशंस बिना मेथ में जो क्वेश्चन ये तो मीनिंग है ना मानो तो मानो पा सिर्फ को मैं तो त्यो कंफ्यूजन हो गया ये साइकिल को मैं तो हार्ड बोनस फिर अच्छे नो लिया हो जाओ मैं सामानो मेथ में जो तन ला सिल्कनी फार्मा जियों गोस मेथ में स्कूल ची टप्पो जी ना अच्छा गोस मेथ में स्कूल में मतलब सिटी चौक शिक दिल्ली बॉम्बे चौक शिना सिल गोस खान जिसान होगा चीफ यार गैला एकेडमिक सीना गैला शच्चे सिपिया मार तीनजो पे आते हो कौनो इस समय छोड़ी सपोर्टिंग कंडीशन क्या पास खान पोसी इन अमान होले इस समय सिर्फ सपोर्टिंग कंडीशन क्या कि यूथ ना गैला शच्चे क्या मगर इस समय neither necessary nor sufficient. This amma youth them dictates में क्या? This amma youth पिन्ना dictates में क्या? चेतना sufficient condition इन मनो का। ये young वशास कम जरूरी में क्या? चेतना necessary condition मनो। School क्या लाजिक हमारे सिलखान जी young वशास को संमा supporting condition से ना तेरे ये सब condition चाहिए क्या? गाँव अपने sufficient है। Sufficient conditions you check Russia. Go from the young children that young. What did you know? Hard work. Manale. What the hard work no hard work to youth na young children na diano. Children hard work is a sufficient condition. The hago. Then necessary condition in Amena. Hard work to young washes that met commit. Hard work is both is necessary and a sufficient condition for success. Mata mampai confusion or parpala. Parpala mata make him school tappo jina silkan young was padano. Mana kan ngani mata kala school tappo Bombay Delhi silkan was on weather kan on jana. Tingchuk pick class ko rekha na yampo. Teo ha gor was na khatsan ki hard work merna. Char nganches Metjak yang hard work met na yang ciot na ngenches metjak basa kala mula mera Punjabi tu ni laga cisang madu kulang takpo du Minole skulang takpo ngatang masang takpo na silduk. Chupa untuk ngatang masang gari chenmo na dulduk. Aba mas peni kalduk Canada na. Mar khona chimet kadana. Chimet ka. Hard work met pasane khong ya inna zui draft tumcha sinan sonstana. Piu hard bona spera chenmo chikche ha gostano. Chia zanda jaga mangpa ngata Ladakh stone. Sama no kong hata cheng yana mang sungena jangan. Na kana wa nan delak sakpa mana ground china du yotin. Delak sakpa most and du yotin. Na mana nyenchiz man udakan ya diri. Na mana nyenchiz man kong samaj ko san izam lakh tangkan skuli na lu. Kong abas ko san phalani izam peni kamai choru. Na nyenchiz man san na is pera nyana zat ki hard work is necessary. The necessary condition ko ngatang samela ayakya. Yang chupo samela to yomamen. Ina mala chupo samela hard work which is cute po mana yoma which is a discipline. Yani ki hard work darkan po ma rare commodity. Kismat chen khaji la mene yodam metya. Tasangatan kalda darkan po man pan. Mata chigel yun mona isam chupo mi yakya. Kala chi samatya. Abang takpo chupang yakya gariang yakya na yakya. Inna te tu sama daksana chigel kayul tapena. America and England and China gato te tu sama chugis facility school diam. Top level ke level manole. Top level ke Indian khachik sonse yakya. Chugis facility che biano dane but chugis facility academics in Excel churches to school labs no padam. Excel churches for news tank hunters metya. Excel churches for penet mapek taste news tank hunters metya. Excel churches for school tappe na sonste zumche shia metya. Excel churches for san nangima dukste shu samal hokse achieve chuja shirkya pa. और त्यो आ छुपोने लगा मैं क्या ओ दे पे चुगीस का सिलेंची की ठूस हमारा बिंग ना सेना सर्विस इंडस्ट्री ना मंग चला लास्ट चुरू पे ना आता रिसेप्शन के दुख चेस तो मौसम आले यार तेरे हाथी चुन ने दुख चेस कॉल सेंटर ने दुख चेस त्यो चांद चुन ये बच्ची शादी पंजाबी ना ड्रग्स सेंटर चुरू माला आवे ना मिंदा ड्रग्स ना यार रैकेट मंग पे ना टीनेजर संग छानो तेरे ते ढूंढ संगमा इंडिया की मशीन अच्छा नहीं है वो टॉप लेवल के सुले दूसरा ना जगार पाकिस्तान पहुंचा क्या मनी सन नहीं मत मेहनत चोस्ते ग्वालिब से क्या तेरे ना और ना कंपेयर चोना पेनियां में क्या और ना कंपेयर चोना एकेडमिक्स यां जैसे तक में क्या मत ते रेयर क्वालिटी होगा वो ना हार्ड वर्क जरी ते वो सुसंग ना आएंगे चीज़ लोग ते वो में ना yang jotas metya. O de hamuna spera chenmo chik. O de unga zakti nyane. Next po. Tene Ladakh song introduction da mino. Ngata cheng yen chemo no pa dekhan doshi. Ngat cheng yen chemo no mala pura ngata Ladakh sikha yul china chana. Saya ngata gaun chi school china chado, lake course school china chado. Ngacang ngencin mana? Tiap ngacang ngencin mana? Lekan bukan ayah os kerja, naspera juga kerja. Lain ngati view work kerja na. Tiap tu ngacang ngencin mana? Because of dasar ngajarkan di design mulai jadi na pene kerja. Nagara school jangan sistem mana? Ngacang ngencin mana? Kerana yang peci sana. Jadi effort pam jama. Ina mana? Lengan ngencin mana? Kusto mana? Hak jadi duk setiap hari. Tengah ceng ngencing mana udah kan ide view galat channel yang po, tengah das effort panjang cuman, effort sam si macam nam tengah ceng ngencing mana udah kan mah tua ceng ceng, mana le diri tapi cie effort cus pina, ngacang ngencing sana udah kan gale beda cipada, ngacang ngencing mana kuspa asila mayan mana yang po, ngacang ngencing mana ko marisan mana yang po asila mayan, ये सकल po yang le vicious circle sih. शुरू करना चाहना होगा ना शुरू करना चाहना है क्या व्यू करना शुरू चाहना ना चंगे जमानों का खान दिखाना क्या ना है उसका ले ना चंगे जमानों का खान को तब ना दर सेशन जैसा रापन स्पीति ना समय चिलो ले गाउन समय ना IPS ना इस गांस दो मला
Tena tola Rajasthan na mina unis peratano. Tioni men payang gar academics in access chicken yodna. Tion lain ngachang engineer lakan mana sama mano. Kita sama mano sana. Kondula example jodja. Masalah kondula example jodja. Ki ajang yodo pe abale yodo amale yodo. Tioni gala academics in access to yodna ngachi mihan samkabo. Inna Ladakh sama nanyampo o deve demonstrative effect po. Met pano devia suang mayan baranyampo. Ngang mayan no takani. Sambawale suang chiasena suang drink sampai terus ni mero. Devia ni samena ngang yang cuma no takan tospo. Next pukul le. Ini sekolah kada awat moskan ya. Goma matanas. Ika ngachachen jispa. Ika chachen sipe izam lam chenmo jidu poha gwale. Goma ta chaches pogare do pada chena. Izam lam kilometer nizdu. Na chachezin for example kar chachezin. Na ikane Jammu chachezin poha gona. Jammu chaches sipe 350 kilometers do poha goma gwale. Goma ta goal posam goma ta kar chachezin. Teve kana path posha acha de chaches sipe 350 kilometers do. Desina ni la chachro manale. Chachas pahago lam pahago desting pona ni la chana mana no. Ive ka discipline jerkan ispera inna jwede discipline de character discipline style ko mano ale discipline janna mehnat discipline bolte no. Vedi zamena amang cha mehnat ko discipline word pos bolte yo de fenas equals then discipline janna shaktung la shikchun dukches nan sakpa success me do. Yaktung barabar malap boring sodang churches, jang hamangonang churches, izam chun churches ki jaksi goi ka, jaksi met kame goi ka lebin. Pernah kata gawan apa malik sapik juga pori munis, sana ngita mazas ngala koi tramina don barik ton gesture pa. Don ba ton emene mana ngita amenu kajik, si shit na shit. Shit na iyo tonte maneta itan jaman diring zekan sosto. Yuji to ma domida. Mani to ya. Shit na iyo choste mane diring itan jaman de. Cha deu chi malab gadi chuki sana song kucho yot na yot chi yot na yot yung konjok na nge pokren da no asure chi san da agreement sos. Iyo choste mane ani tamet. Teni shaktom deu choste mane ni tamet na. Tak deu ja lepchi shiyot na leba no. Per na ngata Tuhan ini cuma mana diring tak capi cengal terap pada sana. Diring tak capi ngal terap pada thora lang cengnya semua lang selama. Selama na gadi cumi sapa. Ni tang uspat. Tak diring capi rute semena. Capi relax coba serap. Tak next time pakka jana. Next bocor coba jauh juga mesti ngasan. Jauh yang pak diring topa tak tak jauh. Diring pok korba sembalik. Tak next time ngal jauh susah tinggal pakka duk sesilat jana. Desa sayang jauh gimana? Dia senezen pucah mila. वो तो डिसिप्लिन एकदम अगेंस्ट है मैं कमेंट में ड्रीम राजन थोड़ा राजन नाउ राजन चीज गलते तो बुट छना यक चिक चिक टेक केयर ऑफ द चिलो क्वेश्चन बाय इंग्लिश ना इना पेने वा कदर चुना तुम चिक भरम लुसन होला मेना यक चिक चिक को बुट ना यक निस को बुट ना हमन यक निस बुट ना सुनपा हैबिट से बुट छना जीपा नापा मंदना आम गिरा ना बुट को Jaksik de drink to tapi ngal terak zakan bo but cukan bo sangma sang mistake chunno inja. Ta sepo mamuni mani desu zai to success ige chi chole de sana. Ah success gives ni na pa chi chole de kan no pond ba. Ta pek gives ni na pa chi chole de kan no pond ge. Te samme ge ngari chokna hai discipline. Discipline met na chang enjama. Discipline na drink you choste mani ngita jang de kan bo. Jadi diri ngira sendiri cik-cik sini meninggi tamer dok kafi no ini dia. Thora ni siljas bahag wale. Diri sendiri cik ko hamung bapa mit yang cara sambil putan jauh jauh na. Nangmo cilen thora silen nangla silen jerkan dok. Oh deh, via Buddhism ina discipline, knowledge and concentration. Jauh ada sunda mira. Simba sampai sirap. Dia sanggah na cik-cik ino discipline gamila yo. Temi met kami success minggir cesi. बिल्कुल नता रिजन मत पाना
discipline pinangate picture yung bale pictures chon sa minwa ये सबसे कल है बता जानो का पीछे चुन जिगोटे कल ले बाबा से दुख चुन जानो वो तो खूब पीछे ना आमी वाला ते के जस्ट ना बस बता जानो बस सेंटे चिक चिक सीधे करे ले बता जानो किताब कोई ना जन्म जी दो मगर पीछे रे सक्से कोई पूरा जमा चुस्ते कोई लाइफ गेन ला खाना तेना चला आता सा सेंटे चिक ना नीज ना सुम सक्से तिनिन को बुट छमा चुगा success something new success tene success ya appreciate ode fianga yang next potang na yang ngazu shishat yang next pokin we can nang jidu region or shing ya nang jidu region mo du ale extreme example kang na buddhism na gestation ono mi ji go tak lokawe nang pori thonmo ji dun la jumbina pasana ngina de mat mala निमारी वाने यहाँ को ताची चोगस कुछ चिकता चोगस सम निमारी ना पायों मौस तेरे को खाप चिक खुरते खातो पे री मालवली थंगे हैं उनसे खाप बनाया खापो केना खुरते अनास साज न्यूज क्यों बात क्यों का भांजा यहाँ केना खुरत क्या यहाँ सा खाप क्या क्यों क्या या ये वाला भांजा तेरे खासपाज ज़्यादा मिजिक ज़्यादा नास मिजिक नास टीस क्या पच्चीस जोस्ते नो आयु ज़्यादा है वो ये रिटेंशन बहुत नाज़ है Jesus pa irritene venenga ika nangpor chilo nima yo amelo pa tene sa bokche chila shosteni khapona thente namle chano lemana oro joksi samba jinga das kurtan dukstan no tenna samba kurtan dukstan ki kal levino chingen jameno samba matam lemana o tenne banji tene tantang na o de juk pelef sena karama lep khanji sosik girina dukstan sana next pigala banjun next speaker ya bolong chenmo ji gotcha mala dharega ye kam bolong chenmo ji gotcha for example you problem chenmo ji ginna Ladakh communities yanta ne na takpo girchas puma chilo exercises puma problem chenmo ji ginna mata mungan just dan duano even as miss na sumyong kan three types of people up and other three kinds of people मी मांगच्या 99% पोस्ट दो तास तेना लोकसान म्हणाले इना मानो इजम छेनमो वाकान याने दा लोकसान मी मांगच्या पेना आता एग्जाम तांचे शिंगो यांचे मनो पाकाना बोला सिव्हिल सर्व्हिस का मा कास्पेगी नो होय दरना लोकसान हाजीचा संबंध हा हाजीची मांगच्या next me second kind post yung stenachi chano pulcha jertun chano ina manole pulcha jertun chano topic chi fulang punano magar fulna ye pachi problem chano ba pulcha jertun chano ye pe thachin me chilo ye production me chi chano pulcha kana ne teni sam rok chunmo jino na pulta na nyen chi fulna chi chano mal de sarpa wing sana loksan nyanche minu pawa jano khata